Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Transportation. Before we get started with our public hearings, Representative Guyson, would you care to lead us through the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, being 10:03, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1059 relative to the use of number plate scanning devices. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Scher. Welcome to Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Buzz Scher. I'm a representative from Portsmouth, Ward 3, Rockingham, District 26. I also am chair of the Portsmouth Police Commission and a part-time law professor at this point at UNH Law. The point of saying those things is what I'm about to say today is not reflective of the opinions of either UNH Law, or the Portsmouth Police Commission. That's solely in my capacity as a representative. This bill, in many ways, is very simple. It unrepeals a scheduled repeal of RSA 261:75-B. That bill regulates the use of license plate readers, also known as LPRs. The bill has been in effect for 10 years and is scheduled to basically sunset on January 1st of 2027. And this bill stops that process from happening. That said, there are aspects of the bill in conversations with a variety of people. There's aspects of the bill that I think it would make sense in the minds of many to change, the statute, not the bill, to change in many ways. That is, to change some features of 261:75-B. In particular, there is in Roman numeral 7, Roman numeral 8, the bill says this: records of number plates read by each LPR shall not be recorded or transmitted anywhere and shall be purged from the system within 3 minutes of their capture in such a manner that they are destroyed and not recoverable. And there's some excepts that go with that. The conversations I've had with a variety of stakeholders, while there's support for the use of license plate readers, I think we need to work with changing the 3-minute piece of that. So my plan is to finalize conversations with the various stakeholders and present an amendment to this committee that will not only unrepeal 265, I keep forgetting what the name of it is, 261:75-B, but make changes that stakeholders have suggested to me would make sense. With that, I'm more than willing to entertain questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, and thank you. Just get my mind here. The scanners work on both front license plates and rear license plates?
That's my understanding, although
Thank you
there's
very much.
people with more expertise behind me that.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Do you remember why the repeal was put in place to begin with?
I think there are the Honorable Neil Kirk sitting behind me. He was a prime, I believe he was the prime sponsor, but he was involved in the passage of this. He could answer that question better.
Fair enough, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks again. Next up, Chair recognizes Major Brendan Darby. Davey. New Hampshire Department of Safety, in support of the bill. Looking for a couple of minutes. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here representing the New Hampshire State Police and the Department of Safety, which supports this bill. Our belief is that the LPR system is a useful system for interdiction of serious criminal activity, and thus far, our narcotics investigation unit has made use of the technology for approximately 4 months. In so doing, has garnered a number of cases that have resulted in the seizures of more than $200,000 U.S. currency related to criminal activity, 2.5 kilograms of methamphetamine, more than 500 grams of cocaine, and has made 14 arrests, many of which are pending prosecution at the felony level. So for those reasons, we do support the bill. We recognize that the 3-minute retention issue is one that requires a sense of balance, which is to say that the longer the data is kept, the more likely that law enforcement could come to understand a criminal nexus between multiple points or actors over a period of time. At the same time, the retention of data is something that we obviously would need to approach with great care. So.
Give that. Questions from the committee. Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you.
Yes, sir.
Do you know of any other states in the country that prohibit license plate scanners?
I'm not aware of any that prohibit it, sir. I know that a great many do utilize it.
Okay, follow up.
Follow up.
Quickly. You mentioned, it sounds like drug cases.
Yes, sir.
Stuff. But are there not other crimes that have been solved through the use of these scanners, maybe violent crimes or things like that?
Certainly, sir. Kidnappings, human trafficking, murders, various other criminal activities have been taken care of by virtue of this technology.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned the drug bust and stuff. You guys are doing great work. Can this be compatible with something like an Amber Alert or a Silver Alert, where if you got an APB, you could be on the lookout for a specific, would it flag? I'm ignorant to this technology, so I'm asking you how you could use that day to day.
Yes, sir. My understanding is that the information gets put into what's called a hot file. The type of data that can be entered into that hot file is manifold. So certainly it could be utilized to find Amber Alerts, Silver Alerts, and other significant safety concerns.
Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Major, for taking my question. Are you aware of how long the data is retained currently?
Yes, sir. Statute limits the retention of data to 3 minutes presently.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Mark Bodwin, New Hampshire Police, representing the Hampshire Police Association, in support of the bill. Looking for a minute. Good morning.
Thank you. My name is Mark Bodwin. I am a member of the New Hampshire Police Association. I've been a member for a long time. Prior to that, I was a detective sergeant with the state police. I'm since retired. And I think, answer your question from before. In my capacity when I was working as a detective sergeant with state police, we did utilize that technology when we were looking for a homicide suspect that was fleeing the state. We got hits out of the state of New York, New Jersey, so we were able to tell that the suspect was traveling down 95, and we were able to apprehend him with the Virginia State Police in Virginia. So it has helped in those types of investigations as well. And I'm just here to mirror what Major Davey said. I'm not going to add much more because I don't want to take up your time, but the New Hampshire Police Association, which represents police officers across the state, is in support of repealing the date on the statute. Thank you. With that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on your testimony, we share this information across state boundaries, or somebody makes a phone call ahead to watch out for or something?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes the Honorable Neil Kirk, representing himself in support of the bill. Good to see you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again. And members of the committee, good morning to you too. For the record, I'm Neil Kirk. I live in Ware, and I'm here representing myself. For many years, I was a state legislator, and I was involved in writing this legislation. License plate readers are a very important tool for the state police. The way they work, or at least the way I understand they work, is that the police enter into the system a whole series of license plates that they want to find. And the statute says specifically what kinds of crimes, et cetera, can be entered into the system. The license plate reader then reads all of the license plates, and when it spots a license plate on that list, it gets what we call a hit. And that hit is saved. That is to say, it's not subject to the 3-minute rule. And so the police keep that and use it for whatever purpose they originally had it. The non-hits, all the license plates that go by but are not on the list, are deleted in 3 minutes. The reason is, of course, to protect individuals' privacy. Imagine what would happen if all of these hits were kept forever. Anyone who had access to this, and it could be subject to the right to know law, anyone who had access to this would be able to determine what gynecologist you went to, what rallies you attended, where you were on certain nights when you told your spouse that you were going elsewhere. In other words, an enormous amount of information about our lives, what we do, our medical conditions, who we meet, would be available if this information for non-hits was kept. So we worked out an arrangement to allow the law enforcement to keep the hits, because these involve protecting safety, but not keep the non-hits, hence the 3-minute rule. Why 10 years? We struck a deal with the police chiefs at that time, and 10 years was the magic period. Times have changed. The use of license plate readers has become somewhat more widespread than before, and I think the 3-minute rule may need to be expanded. But here's the problem that we have to address. If you expand the 3-minute rule to, say, 30 days or 10 days or whatever, who would have access to that information about the non-hits and where you were on that particular Friday night? And the answer is anyone who files a right to know request. So if, in fact, we expand the 3-minute rule to something more significant, it may be that we want to consider exempting those non-hits from the right to know law. Otherwise, the person who is stalking my daughter is going to have the ability to get this information and use it. And I don't want that to happen, and I don't think as a matter of public policy it should happen. So I support what Representative Scher said, that we need to negotiate some reasonable way to deal with the benefits from expanding the 3-minute rule without creating a whole bunch of undesirable side effects. And I hope the committee will provide Representative Scher with enough time to meet with the interested parties and work out something that really helps us. If you remember the shooting at Brown University some time ago, a number of people were killed. Apparently, a license plate reader in Rhode Island, and I'm not sure of this, but I've been told this, was used to identify the individual or one of the cars in the area, which turned out eventually to be the car that was used by the assassin. So that was an exceptionally important use of this information. So what this committee needs to do, and what I hope Representative Scher will present in an amendment, is to balance the benefits of expanding the non-hit retention period against the impact to individual privacy in terms of the Constitutional Privacy Amendment, B2, Article B2, and in terms of public safety. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my testimony. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for the example of what the benefit would be to increase the time, so it saves me from asking a question. Representative Palondon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I guess I'm just looking for some clarification on the hit versus non-hits. If I understand correctly, to get on the list, there's got to be some reason that they're on the list, bolos or something to that effect. And then you get a hit, and now you've got that plate set aside as looking for that vehicle. The non-hits, how do they get there in the first place? There's got to be some, is there a bolo or something out on that? Do you understand my question?
I do. Thank you for the question. The license plate reader reads all license plates, every one. Okay? So as soon as it's turned on, it's reading the plates. It only gets a hit based on information inserted into the system by the police. So if they say, for example, one of the things that they can use the LPR for is stolen vehicles. Let's assume that they get a report that a particular vehicle is stolen, they get the license plate. They enter that into the system. So now the license plate reader reads every single license plate that comes along that road where it's stationed or in a car, and ding, as it were, when that particular license plate is spotted. But all of the rest of the license plates that it's read are retained in the system for 3 minutes. The stolen car license plate remains in the system for as long as it takes to resolve that case.
Thank you for the clarification.
Representative Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Other than toll booth readers, in what other instances are these license plate readers used?
Thank you for that question. I'm sorry to say I don't know the answer, but I can tell you this, because I was involved also in writing the legislation. When you go through the toll booth and you're paying cash or whatever, and your license plate is read, it is deleted within 60 seconds if the toll is paid. So, as you might expect, I use cash when I go through the tolls. Yeah. Well, you've heard of shun pikes. They'll be coming back. So that there is no record of the fact that I went through the toll and paid. If I didn't pay, the reader keeps the record for obvious reasons.
Anybody else? Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. You mentioned police cars and other sites. Where are these cameras set up and existing right now outside of a police car?
I do not know. You'll have to ask the police that question. I'm sorry. But they can be used in fixed locations. They can be used in mobile locations. What the police choose to do, I don't know.
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Mr. Kirk, for answering my question. So when you said right to know, and who would be able to ask or put in a submission for a right to know? Because license plates are a law enforcement thing, and who would have the authorization to get that information if it wasn't law enforcement?
My understanding of the right to know law is that anything that is done by state government and local governments is subject to the right to know law, and any citizen can go in, and I think now any non-citizen can go in. I think there's a bill to limit it only to citizens. Any citizen or resident of New Hampshire can go in and say, I'd like these records. And if the police have records of a traffic camera, the non-hits, I believe that I would be entitled to get those videos or the record, whatever it is, of where the license plate was read and where the police car was stationed, etc. You could also. It's everything about state government is subject to the right to know law unless the legislature has said, for whatever policy reasons, not this. That's the way it works.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're going to have time to answer a lot of the questions if we do get an amendment in time. We're right now just talking about repealing the repeal, if you will. And if this is successful, there is even more time for an amendment down the road sometime. So, any other questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Kirk. This committee always appreciates your testimony. But I had a recollection from the last time we testified on this bill here, that I think it was the police that were, or at least some were suggesting that part of their training was being able to recall license plate numbers of a certain number, and they would be looking out for them as they drove around on patrol. This seems to be magnitude of thousands beyond that ability. And I recall an instance of talking about searching a psychiatrist's parking lot would be a valuable tool that they would be able to be used against any particular person that may be seeking assistance. But my question for you is, should part of this be, if we're reevaluating the criteria, part of this be how often after the 3-minute rule takes effect, something can be re-entered into the system? Because it would seem to me you could just have a constant re-upping of the 3 minutes. Is that not possible?
That's a very good question, Representative Hill, and I'm sorry to say I need more time to think about it before I could give you an answer.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Representative Potaro.
Question of the chair. Do we have anyone else signed up to speak after this?
We do not, but we are 7 minutes into the hearing, the next hearing, so. Do you have a question?
For the witness, yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much. Thank you very much for coming. It's a tangent on some of the other questions that we've heard so far, but succinctly, like, do you know what happens if there are 2 hits submitted into the system concurrently?
I appreciate the question. I do not know the answer to that, but perhaps some of the law enforcement folks here could answer that.
Appreciate it when they work on the amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, again, right now, the question we're dealing with now is the appeal, the repeal of the repeal. Anything else, any other discussions on amendments we can have when that amendment shows up? Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Having nobody else signed up to speak, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1059. Just a couple minutes to regroup. We'll go into 1209.
Thank you.
Okay. Being 10:27, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1209, relative to child safety at school bus stops. I do see Representative Newell to introduce the bill. Good morning.
Thank you so much. The prime sponsor, Representative Jacobs, was not able to make it this morning, so she asked me if I could introduce on her behalf. So I am going to be reading what she had intended to introduce the bill with for you today. All right. I filed this bill on behalf of my friend Jen and her family. Jen's daughter, Addison, was struck by the vehicle of a distracted driver while she was boarding her school bus in February 2024. Thankfully, Addison survived the accident. Similar incidents are happening across the country, and New Hampshire could be the first in the nation to make this significant step towards reducing school bus stop related accidents. From 2012 to 2021, 206 school-age children died in school transportation-related crashes. 78 were pedestrians. This is from the U.S. Department of Transportation National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. During the 2022 to 2023 school year, a study spanning all 50 states conducted on a single day found that 62,482 motorists were observed breaking school bus stop laws. This is from School Transportation News. The goal of HB 1209, which we're informally calling Addison's bill, and Addison is here to testify today, is simple. Protect children from motor vehicle accidents while they are boarding or exiting their school bus. HB 1209 will require school bus operators to establish school bus stops on the same side of the roadway, no longer forcing students to cross any lanes of traffic while boarding or exiting a school bus. So I'm happy, and I'm a proud co-sponsor of this bill. And I just wanted to be here in support and pass the mic, honestly, to the folks we have to testify today, including Addison, who is here today to share her story.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for being here to take questions. So if I understand this correctly, school bus is driving down the road, comes to a stop. There's a house right there on the right side of the road where a child lives, gets off the bus, and can go into their house and come back. But at the same time, another child gets off that lives directly across the street on the left side of the road and would have to cross traffic. And this bill is to prevent that child across the street from being able to get off the bus and go home.
The intention of the bill is so that they would not need to cross the road. Unfortunately, through no fault of the school bus operator or the children or the parents or anything like that, there is a problem with distracted driving. And unfortunately, people breaking the school bus laws that protect children and prevent them from passing around a school bus or anything like that. And so the unfortunate effect of that is situations like Addison's where children are harmed because of distracted drivers. So really, this is, we're just really trying to look into whatever way we can possibly prevent that from happening, not to, restrict someone from being able to access the bus stop, but to prevent them from having to put themselves in a dangerous position in order to do that.
I have one question. I see what this is trying to do, and it's an honorable thing that would attempt, but the first thing I see, especially in rural areas, is potentially even doubling the time it takes to get kids off the bus, which would double expenses, et cetera, time also. Has there been any conversation about a violation of 28A and unfunded mandates with a bill like this?
Well, let me say, stepping out of my introducing for Representative Jacobs and not to introduce to represent her, but to represent my own perspective, I think that the intention of this bill is really to protect. And if we're, if we are taking into consideration that there might be other factors that make it difficult to implement and would constitute an unfunded mandate, I would hope that we could at least take this suggestion, this as an opportunity to really dig in and think about what as an overall default. And maybe that doesn't work in all situations, but maybe we can include language that allows for other safety measures to be taken in other situations. So I think I understand the difficulty in the implementation of this, and I think the sponsor does too, but I don't want to speak for her. I understand that there could be, particularly in rural areas, there may be difficult situations, that other factors that feed into that and make it difficult to implement. But let's take this as a default, that wherever possible that we would do this, and then also take it as a suggestion too, in those other situations, make sure that we are providing other protective measures that would prevent people from being harmed. I don't know if that was a satisfactory answer to your.
It is. I just look at my district and I can see it now. The kid that lives on the right side of the street gets off, and his buddy's in the bus going, I want to get off too, and he can't. But 45 minutes later, when they go to the end of the route, turn around and come back, now he can get back off. I just don't see this working. But thank you very much for your point. Representative Plandon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I've got a couple of them, and I see what this is intending to do. My concern is, I thought I read somewhere, maybe it's another piece of legislation, where the intent was like for a neighborhood road, the bus would stop in the middle of the road with its lights on, thereby in effect stopping traffic in both ways with the vehicle itself. And I don't see that in this. My other concern where this would work is on multi-lane roads and divided highway roads. To me, that makes a lot more sense. So my question is like how, my first question is, how do you feel about in a neighborhood single-lane road, a narrow road, having the bus stop in the middle of the road so that they don't have to basically finish the route and come back on a single-lane road and delay the child's exiting off the bus by however much time? And then I'll throw my second question out.
I think one at a time is probably good.
Another time is probably good?
One at a time is good.
Okay.
So just to answer your first question, I'm happy to take your second as well. I think that the idea of this bill is to be one specific way, one kind of one option to address what we see as a serious concern. And I would welcome any other, what's the word?
Remedies.
Yes, exactly. Any other remedies that it can be a holistic solution. I think the idea is that we understand that there is inherent danger in many situations where a child is crossing the road. So if there are other possibilities of being able to reduce the risk and reduce the harm, I think that all of those are welcome. This is responding to a specific situation that we looked at and saw that there was a trend in this way. And so we're basically trying to put out something that would address this specific situation. If there are things that we need to do to have a more holistic approach and allow for different areas and different factors and conditions in different areas, I think that would be welcome.
Thank you. Quick follow-up.
Yeah, follow up.
To your knowledge, or if you have knowledge, do all school buses in New Hampshire, do they have cameras in them now?
I don't believe they do. No, I think that's been a conversation, along the way, but I don't think that we've actually implemented that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Point to the chair.
Yeah.
A bill is just a conversation until it becomes law.
Yes, you are right, Representative. Thank you for the reminder. Just a conversation until we're voting on the final product, yes. Next up, Chair recognizes Christopher Taft in opposition to the bill, representing First Student. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chair and members. As a representative for Student Transportation in Rochester, New Hampshire, I want to address the proposed bill and its potential impact on the community's student transportation system. While the aim of this bill is to enhance safety for students, its implementation would have far-reaching problematic consequences. Impact on route times and resources. Enforcing the requirements outlined in the bill would result in longer bus routes or a dramatic increase in number of routes needed. This would mean children spending unreasonable amounts of time in transit or the necessity for more buses, which in turn would lead to higher fuel and maintenance costs. Additionally, this would further strain on already challenging driver shortage, making it impractical to meet the bill's demands. Core safety concerns. The core issue the bill seeks to address is the safety of children crossing roadways. However, accidents involving pedestrians can occur at any time, and the fundamental concern is drivers who fail to obey traffic laws or remain alert, not the bus system itself. Challenge for drivers and districts. Student safety has always been the highest priority within our industry. Unfortunately, this mandate introduces significant challenges that are unworkable for many districts. Drivers are instructed to avoid backing maneuvers whenever possible due to the increase of collisions. The bill would necessitate frequent backing up, raising the likelihood of accidents involving both students and drivers. Effects on route planning and student grouping. If enacted, the bill would require a complete rerouting of all our existing routes. This would force us to combine stops for students of varying ages, meaning elementary and high school students might share the same bus simply because their stops align on one side of the street. Such a scenario could create additional challenges and tensions on board due to the broad age range. Financial and accessibility implications. The inevitable result would be more routes, more buses, and longer transportation times, all of which would increase contract costs and place a greater financial burden on taxpayers. This would make a public school transportation less affordable and accessible for families, particularly when funding is already insufficient. The bill, therefore, is not a particular solution. Alternative practical solutions. There are more effective and fiscally responsible alternatives that recognize the everyday challenges of student transportation. For instance, organizing assemblies to reinforce safe loading and unloading procedures at the schools, mandate crossing arms on buses to increase visibility, and enhancing driver training on safe crossing protocols are all visible strategies. Within our company, we prioritize communication and safety by ensuring the crossing area is clear and signaling to students with a thumbs up when it's safe to cross. Conclusion, ultimately passing this bill would severely limit the flexibility of public school transportation and would create more problems than it solves. I am deeply committed to student safety and understand there is no perfect solution, but this approach is simply unworkable. While the intentions behind the bill are commendable, its execution would be devastating for our industry.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee. Representative Guyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. Do your buses have external cameras?
They do not.
Follow up?
You can, but I don't believe they're legal in New Hampshire. There's another, that's in the conversation all by itself
Yeah, it's another bill I'm working
for privacy laws. Any other questions from the committee? Did you have a follow-up?
Yes.
Follow-up.
So some states have been turning their buses to block traffic all around while students cross. It's not legal in New Hampshire. Is that something that you think would benefit?
No, that puts a serious, dangerous situation to the driver or the reaction to another oncoming vehicle. We frown on that. That should never happen.
Thank you.
Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned, it would impact route times and higher maintenance cost. What are we talking in terms of impact on route times? Are we talking, could you talk about, is it 20%, 30% impact? Can you talk on that?
It depends on where you are. I have over 60 CDL routes, and some are suburban, some are rural. Your rural effect would probably be 35 plus. As if I'm going to say Moultonborough, they go all the way down the road and then come all the way back, and it's really your rural side that's going to be the longest. You're talking a 45-minute bus ride turned into an hour and a half.
Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Addison Henderson in support of the bill, representing herself. Good morning.
Hello. My name is Addison, and I am 12 years old. 2 years ago, when I was just 10, I was hit by a car while getting on my school bus. It was February 2nd, 2024. I was doing something completely ordinary, something kids do every single day, getting on my bus to go to school. But that morning, a driver failed to stop for the bus. She didn't see the lights, she didn't see me, and she hit me. The force was so strong that my shoes flew off my feet. I was thrown onto the sidewalk. I suffered a severe concussion, and I was one of the lucky ones. I'm standing here today because I was lucky, but not every child gets to be lucky. Hundreds of kids across this country have been hit, and some of them didn't get to walk away. Some of them didn't get to stand in front of anyone and tell their story. The reason I'm here is simple. My accident did not have to happen. If I had been picked up on the same side of the street as my bus, I never would have been had to cross in front of traffic. No driver's mistake could have reached me. That one change requiring all school buses in New Hampshire to pick up and drop off children on the same side of the road, regardless of grade, can prevent this from ever happening to another child. My mom has fought hard to get us to this room today, and I'm asking you, please don't make another family go through what we went through. Please pass this bill so that no other child has to be lucky just to survive getting on their school bus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you take any questions if the committee has any? Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Thanks for coming in today. My question is, did your bus driver have a system, or did your normal route, were you to look at the driver and have him or her let you cross at that time? Was there any kind of a system set up for that?
Not really. All they usually do is just put a stop sign up and usually think that people will see the stop sign.
I see. Thank you very much. Thanks again for coming in.
Representative Pataro.
Question of the chair.
Yep.
Would it be appropriate to ask what I believe to be Addison's mother a question?
If she wants to fill out a pink card. Are you going to make her do that?
That's up to her and the chair.
Her dad is going to be talking next, so there will be an adult from our family that you can ask questions to.
Thank you.
And I do apologize. Next up, Chair recognizes, I think, I'm reading this right, Wilson Schreiber? Yeah. How'd I do? Better than most. All right. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the committee. My name is Wilson Schreiber. I'm a resident of West Lebanon, and I'm here to support HB 1209, which would prevent students from crossing traffic lanes when boarding and exiting school buses. This is personal. In February of 2024, our 10-year-old daughter was struck by a vehicle while crossing Route 12A in West Lebanon to board a school bus. An 83-year-old driver failed to stop for the flashing lights, and the impact knocked her daughter's shoes off, and she was then thrown several feet from the impact. We had raised safety concerns with the district repeatedly before this had happened, and they were dismissed. Our daughter survived, but the accident was entirely preventable. She's one of 76 school-age pedestrians killed or seriously injured in school transportation-related crashes between 2013 and 2022. Studies show that children under 10 cannot accurately judge speed or traffic risks. As the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia states plainly, children younger than 10 years old should not cross the streets by themselves. Yet we require them to do that exactly twice a day, 180 days per year. Some may say existing stop arm laws are sufficient, but the data disagree. Over 43.5 million school bus passing violations occurred between 2022 and 2023. That's 117,000 violations every school day. In our daughter's case, the law was clear: the drivers must stop. But the driver didn't. The law didn't protect her, and it won't protect the next child unless we eliminate the hazard entirely. Proven solutions exist, though. HB 1219 isn't experimental. Washington State has operated under the same side loading requirements for decades under RCW 46.61.370. On highways with multiple lanes, our law requires that bus routes serve each side so students don't cross. Illinois enacted similar provisions under 625 ILCS 5-11-1415. These states implemented the same side loading without prohibitive costs or chaos, and their children are safer because of it. Some concerns that that the committee may have on parent supervision. Parental presence doesn't stop illegal passing, and if only one of us is there, we cannot be in two places at once when buses arrive simultaneously, and that's the case with our children. School districts are responsible for selecting safe stop locations, not the parents. On costs, modern routing software already includes curbside pickup optimization, and Washington State proves that this has been financially sustainable. But the real question is, what's the monetary value of preventing our daughter's accident and other accidents in the future? On rural challenges, rural districts actually face lower traffic volumes, making implementation easier. The bill requires same-side loading to the extent practicable, recognizing legitimate constraints while prioritizing safety. Is my time done? On local control, we already mandate bus construction standards, driver qualifications, and stop arm laws statewide. Child safety isn't a local preference, it's a fundamental state responsibility. In conclusion, members of the committee, I'm not here seeking revenge. I'm here because I don't want another parent to get the terrifying news that we received. I don't want another parent rushing to the bus stop or local hospital wondering if their child is alive. We can continue requiring neurologically immature children to cross dangerous roads while depending on perfect driver behavior, or we can follow Washington and Illinois by mandating same-side loading. My question isn't whether this question isn't whether this will require districts to adjust their planning. The question is whether my daughter's life and the lives of all New Hampshire children are worth those adjustments. This bill does not require perfection, it just requires additional planning. It asks districts and operators to conduct operations in a way that prevents students from crossing traffic lanes when boarding or exiting. That's a reasonable and measured safety standard. We require seat belts because accidents happen. We require smoke detectors because fires happen. And we require drivers to stop for buses because violations happen. Please vote in favor of HB 1209. Let's ensure that when parents put their children on the bus in the morning, that they can be confident that the children will come home safely in the afternoon.
Thank you so much. You're open to take some questions?
Of course.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. And I want to express my sympathy for your entire family's situation.
I appreciate that.
Completely unacceptable. My question, sir, is, was the driver held criminally and or civilly liable?
I believe so.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I'm just curious, and maybe you would know as a parent, is there any training, not training, but discussion amongst with the school officials or the bus officials as to when a student is able to cross the street? Are they just set out on their own and figuring that the stop sign is out on the side of the bus, so they just go? Or are they instructed, do they get any instructions like don't cross the road until traffic comes to a stop, things like that?
I believe they do receive that instruction, but I'm not, I don't know exactly what the school instructions are.
Quick follow-up.
Follow-up?
Thank you. So you as a parent, being on a bus route, you get no written instructions or nothing from the school district or the bus company?
It may be in the school handbook, but I'm unaware of a specific verbiage that describes that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. After the accident, did your school district or bus company make any changes to the route as a result of the accident?
They did eventually. They were pretty reluctant to initially. It took them, I think, maybe a year or so.
Follow-up?
Would you please elaborate on what the change was?
The change was to drop her off and pick her up on the same side.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any. Could we have your testimonies for the clerk?
Of course. Who should I hand them to?
Just pass it around. Okay, Chair, I'd like to recognize Heather Woschel from MVSD, I believe, who opposes the bill. You're asking for 10 minutes. If you can cut it a little
may not
shorter,
take that long.
we'd really appreciate it. Welcome to transportation.
Thank you. As of April, I will be driving a school bus for 24 years. Sorry. When my kids hit that bottom step, they're my kids. I do everything in my power to keep them safe. but I cannot control the other cars on the road. Okay? My stop sign is out. In the Safe C 1300s, we are mandated to be as far right on the road as we can to stop cars from coming around the right side of us. I cannot control whether or not the cars in front of me decide to stop. In this industry, there's a term, beat the bus. That is what they're trying to do. They don't want to have to stop for us. They don't want to have to be behind us. I get passed all the time. Double yellow lines. Loading and unloading students is the most dangerous thing we do. No matter where we are, out on the road, in the school districts, in the parking lots, it doesn't matter. Mr. Burke, head of pupil transportation, just did training in January about don't become compliant. Pay attention. Put your head on a swivel. My kids do not leave the side of that road until I wave to them. I had a police officer in the town that I was dropping students off get on her megaphone and start talking to my kids when they're supposed to be paying attention to me to know whether or not it's safe to cross the road. Thank God I drilled into that child's head. Before you leave the side of that road, you look at me. Nothing else. I took the liberty of taking my bus runs, my high school, middle school run. This morning, I picked up my first student at 6:27 a.m. I dropped them off at the high school at 7:28, and I dropped off at 7:30 at the middle school. I went 37 miles. I had one turnaround. In my district, we are only allowed to turn around into a road. We cannot turn around just anywhere. This weekend, I took it and I broke my run down to see how many times I'd have to turn around to make sure all my kids were door side. The second most dangerous thing we do is back up. I've got 6 mirrors in front of me to tell me what's behind a 42-foot school bus. That's it. That's all I have. Okay? I would have to turn around 10 times to get all of these kids door side. And he was absolutely right. I'd have to start probably about a half an hour earlier. For the elementary run, well, actually, we'll sit the afternoon, high school, middle school, that would become 15 times, depending on who's on the bus, but maximum 15 times. Elementary school, for the morning, 36 miles is what I did this morning. Oh, and I forgot to say, turning around those 11, 10 times, whatever I said, would add 25 miles to my run. Because there are times where I have to cross into the other town to find a road that I can turn around in safely. If Mr. Burke were here, he'd tell you some of the roads that I potentially could turn around in have the lousiest line of sight for additional traffic on that road to know that I'm straddled across that road to back into the road that's behind me. So for my elementary run, I do 36 miles. I turn around once. I would have to turn around 11 times to get every single one of those stops door side. The afternoon, I'd have to turn around 13. Again, the second most dangerous thing we do is throw that bus in reverse. Okay, I don't have any other adult out there to spot me and tell me, is there anything behind me? I have 6 mirrors. That's all I have. Okay, this would make it impossible to get the kids to school on time. You'd end up having to lengthen or shorten the high school, middle school day, or lengthen and shorten the elementary school day. I wouldn't get to either school on time. Okay? I'm sorry for getting upset, but 24 years of this. Okay? Thank you.
You're open to questions. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the question. Thank you for your passion. My question is, if you were waving your magic wand, what would you do? Is it strictly to have the students look at you before they do anything, or what would make children any safer as far as you're concerned?
My magic wand would make that kid be the person in the car, because if it's that kid, their kid, they'll stop. But if it's not their kid, oh, I got to beat the bus. I don't want to stop. All right. And yes, every single one, I have high schoolers that look at me before they cross the road. I've drilled it into their heads.
So that's the solution. Follow up.
Follow up.
So that's the solution, is to have the driver ultimately control, but that doesn't seem like you are controlling that oncoming car.
Right.
So-
And in our training, I'm sorry to interrupt
No,
you.
that's
In our
what they're here
training, we are trained. That is drilled into our heads. You do not signal the kids to cross the road until every car 25 feet in all directions are stopped.
Thank you. That was my second
You're welcome.
follow-up question.
Representative Paladin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Along the lines of Representative Hill's question, would you agree or disagree that in a neighborhood road, stopping the bus in the middle of the road be one solution, as well as all buses in New Hampshire having cameras and signed on the bus, this bus has cameras? I haven't looked at the RSA, but I believe passing a bus while its lights are on is a $200 fine, if I remember correctly. So that's my line of questions, because I think if we have stricter enforcement, we'll have less people trying to beat the bus.
Right.
That would be my
Sure.
thought, but what are your feelings on that?
I can speak for Merrimack Valley. All of our buses have a camera sitting in the middle of the windshield. We have a camera underneath the stop sign, and there are 3 cameras throughout the bus that will look outside the bus if they manipulate them enough. Okay. You would have to change the Safe-C 1300 that mandates us to be on the right side of the road to then be in the middle of the road. I will say, and Cynthia, please forgive me, some of those roads, I do hug that yellow line. I want that stop sign in that person's face. Okay? So, you can hang me for that one if you want.
Quick follow-up.
Quick follow-up.
Where your bus has cameras, do you ever release the footage to the local police department of violators?
I believe Chris was talking about, Mr. Burke, sorry, he was my old manager, was talking about a law that you guys were going to change or was going to be changed that allowed us to use those cameras to identify the car that passed the bus. Because again, I'm paying attention to where the kid is. I'm not necessarily looking down to get a license plate, color of the car, or the female male. So yes, there have been times where we have turned that picture over to the police department, but I believe that is going to be changing, that we can do it to identify the car as well.
Any other questions from the committee? Is it a quick question? We're a little behind.
I understand, Chair. May I be recognized for a question?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. And thank you for your dedication in the profession and service of being a bus driver. It's very commendable. You mentioned it briefly in your testimony that you don't have an adult, but in your long career, has there ever been trial programs or anything like grandmas on buses or other chaperones on day-to-day routes?
In my career in Florida, I had an aide on my bus. I had at-risk teens. So yes, there was another adult on the bus. But no, up in New Hampshire, I have never had another adult on my bus.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that scenario in Florida, do you know what if said adult was used as a traffic aid, or were they strictly contractually there as a at-risk aid?
They were there because of the kids. They weren't there to help me control outside the bus.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. Chair now like to recognize Cynthia Fournier from New Hampshire School Transportation Association, who opposes the bill. Welcome to transportation.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to voice my testimony relating to HB 1209. My name is Cynthia Fournier, and I am the president of New Hampshire School Transportation Association. Today, I wish to address the potential dangers this bill poses to the safety of the students that we transport. While others will discuss the broader impacts on school transportation operations and schedules, my focus is on student safety. Drawing from my 30 years of experience in the industry, I can attest to the ways children think and behave around school transportation. One of the main dangers associated with this bill is the possibility that it may unintentionally encourage students to cross busy streets to reach other bus stops more quickly prior to bus arrival, rather than waiting for the bus to return and pick them up on the other side of the road, on their side of the road. This behavior greatly increases the risk of students being struck by moving vehicles, as children may not always accurately assess traffic or exercise patience when eager to reach their destination. In addition, any changes to current loading or loading procedures could undermine established safety protocols, potentially reducing the effectiveness of the school bus warning light system designed to protect children during boarding and exiting of the bus. The school bus 8-way light system is in place to ensure student safety. When approaching a bus stop, the driver activates the amber lights at the front and the rear of the bus, continually scanning for traffic, pedestrians, and security issues. Upon stopping, the driver continues to monitor the environment using mirrors and other methods. When it is safe, the bus door is opened and the red lights on the bus are activated, along with a stop sign that extends just outside the driver's window. Most buses have a crossing gate in front, right side of the to further protect students. Traffic is expected to slow down when the yellow lights are on, to stop completely when the red lights are activated. These measures give us control over the surrounding traffic and allow us to ensure the safety of all students, including those crossing in front of the bus. Students are specifically taught to wait for a signal, typically a thumbs up, before moving. The thumbs up is from the driver. At the bus stop, for those students who are not supposed to cross in front of the bus, they will exit the bus. They will walk out of the danger zone, which is 10 feet around the bus, and the driver is ensured, when the driver is ensured that that danger zone is clear, the driver will proceed. So they'll wait for the driver to drive away and then proceed to cross behind the bus. When students cross behind the bus, they face several significant risks due to a limited visibility and the lack of protection from passing traffic. The bus itself blocks the view of drivers approaching from the opposite direction, making it difficult for those drivers to see students who are crossing. This situation creates a dangerous blind spot where a student may step into the roadway without being seen, increasing the risk of being struck by a moving vehicle. Furthermore, students crossing behind the bus may not be able to accurately judge traffic conditions or recognize approaching vehicles, especially if they are distracted or in a hurry. Unlike crossing in front of the bus, where the driver can signal and monitor students' movement, crossing behind removes the driver's ability to ensure the student's safety. These factors underscore the importance of maintaining procedures that prioritize visibility and supervision during student loading and unloading. For the safety of the students we transport on a daily basis, I encourage you not to pass this bill and to allow the school bus safety features and the 4,000 New Hampshire school bus drivers to do what they do best, and that is to protect the safety of the students we transport. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Is it your opinion that our law as it is now is as safe as it can be?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not. Yes, could we have your written testimony as well? You can pass it forward.
Yes.
For the clerk. So with that, I have no other people testifying. So before I officially close, I just want to make a quick statement. I think I can speak for the committee here that I want to commend Addison for your bravery in coming in today and testifying in front of this committee. Just want to thank you for that. So with that, I want to close the public hearing for HB 1209. Next up, HB 1222. Just give us a few minutes. Do we have anybody here for 1222 prime sponsor or no? All right. Be it 11:10, I'd like to open up the public hearing of HB 1222, relative to prohibiting all obstructions to public crosswalks. And Representative Walsh, as a courtesy, you'd like to introduce the bill for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Tom Walsh. I represent Hooksett and Dunbarton. And as you said, as a courtesy, I am here to introduce House Bill 1222, which is relative to prohibiting all obstructions to public crosswalks. The analysis is simple. The bill prohibits obstruction of public crosswalks, defines qualifying conduct, exempts emergency and authorized closures, and establishes fines for violations. That's what the bill does. And we have plenty of time to talk about it in executive session. I'm not taking any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir, for introducing the bill. You want to start the conversation? Ouch. Chair, now I'd like to recognize Representative Tim Horgan, who opposes the bill. Looking for 2 minutes. Welcome to transportation, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm resident Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, and so I'm opposed to this bill. And I guess actually none of the sponsors showed up, so I guess I would only be able to speculate about what their motivations or what the reason for the bill is. I know one of them. I'm on the House Judiciary Committee. We had a bill about sidewalks, about protests against abortion clinics, and one of those people was a sponsor of a bill about that. That would probably interfere with the right of those people. It would probably interfere sometimes with the activity of those people who are protesting outside abortion clinics, and it probably would interfere with just about anybody who, on one occasion or another, uses their First Amendment rights to protest on sidewalks, which is not the same as a crosswalk, but sometimes it's hard to. Sometimes the protests bleed. People with the signs wander over into the crosswalk, or they have to cross the street, and this seems like something that could be used against those types of events. And certainly, there's a lot of controversial things going on in this world. There's lots of people want to demonstrate, and they should be able to. So I think that would interfere with that. And also, just in general, we already have a law about obstructing roadways. So the crosswalk is part of the roadway. So this bill seems to me is unnecessary. So aside from the chilling effect on First Amendment rights, it's probably not a good idea. The law book's are already thick enough. There's probably no point, even though it's only like half a page. It's probably not a good idea to add an unnecessary half a page to the law books. They're thick enough as it is. So that's my testimony. So I would certainly urge you to ITL it. Thanks.
Any questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Would you believe that I thought that this only concerned those unnecessary yellow structures they put right in the middle of a crosswalk, telling people that there's a state law that you have to yield for pedestrians?
Well, the state is probably exempt from this law, but yeah, that was. I would believe that, and perhaps maybe most of those things are unnecessary. So thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I do not have anybody else who wants to testify on this bill, so I'm going to officially close the public hearing on HB 1222. Our next bill will be HB 1226 in a few minutes.
questions for me on here?
Okay, being 11:17, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1226 relative to restricting the issuance of identification documents by unauthorized individuals. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Compla. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. I just passed around an amendment. Basically, this is just a housekeeping amendment that puts some guardrails on some things. I am pressed for time, Mr. Chair, as my committee is actually in executive session right now. I think it's a very short amendment or bill, and I think it's pretty self-explanatory. And as we discussed, Mr. Chair, I think that you could probably take questions and handle this in executive session if you wouldn't mind.
Absolutely, and I do understand you're pressed for time. I did have a conversation. I can explain this amendment to everybody and where we are with this whole thing in our executive session. It truly is a housekeeping bill, so stay tuned. Any questions while she is here? But she is kind of running.
I apologize for keeping you, but if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go
thank
ahead.
you.
Mm-hmm.
You say this is a very simple bill and it's very clear what it's doing. And for the life of me, I actually can't understand what we're cleaning up. Either the original version or this amended version, which is slightly different. Can you give us the 30-second version?
I can give you a 30-second version, Representative Miller, so thank you. When a law was passed last year that gave the director unfettered discretion to do what this says, to issue fictitious licenses. This now puts guardrails on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, again, this was something that was passed in HB2 at the request of the Division of Motor Vehicles. This is just a guardrail to that change in HB2. So, seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee.
I have nobody else signed up to speak on House Bill 1226, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Oop,
May I request that the director speak briefly?
Sure, if he'll take one.
Sorry.
Yeah.
He looks so young. I'm gonna ask a whole lot of questions, but I don't understand what the hell's going on here.
I've got a pink card.
For the director or for the chair? Oh. Seventeenth. Yeah.
Chair recognizes Representative Director Marasco. You
Good
should
morning,
run for
Mr. Chair,
representative.
members of the committee, John Marasco, Director of the DMV. Would you like me, Representative Miller, do you have a question for me, or did you want me to give an
No,
overview? Or?
I'm happy to just ask the question that may
Okay.
lead you where we're going. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for the extra paperwork I made you do this morning. And understanding this was pushed through an HB2 last year, it's another one that it seems that we're being asked to clean up a bit of a mess from the budget process. But the way I'm reading the law now, it says that the director is authorized to allow people to produce, manufacture, or advertise, sell, or possess fictitious facsimile or simulated licenses to drive a motor vehicle. And so I guess my main question is, is there any scenario in which the DMV is going to authorize fake IDs to be issued anyways that we need to put guardrails on this? Or why else does this rule exist?
Very fair question. So as Chairman Walsh mentioned at the onset, it was the DMV that requested the change to statute through HB2. And the reason that we did that is over the past 4 years, we've been looking at all laws, rules, measuring those up against practices that we have in-house within the Division of Motor Vehicles to make sure that we're meeting the standard in every category, that we're following the law, that any practices that we have are etched in law, and so that this body is fully aware of everything that the DMV is doing and that it's 100% transparent. So we actually asked for this change to Section 7 within 263.12 that adds that language. Actually, Section 6 that mirrors what was in Section 7 unless authorized by the director. And the reason that we wanted that in there is because that allows us to issue a credential that we may need to issue for purposes that are investigative in nature. Very small number where that might come up, but it's a practice that the DMV wanted to codify in law, and we drove that. We were happy to drive it. So as far as this being guardrails, the Representative Comtois, wanted to add this amendment to it to specify citizenship on top of who could be authorized to actually have one of these credentials, and we don't oppose that. That's fine. But again, it's about transparency and identifying all practices that the DMV facilitates.
Follow-up?
Thank you. Quick follow-up. Am I understanding this correctly, that this is basically allowing you to issue fake IDs to what would presumably be state or federal law enforcement officers to hide their identity in certain actions?
So I'll read you some bullets here that the Commissioner's Office, and working with the Commissioner's Office, we wanted to make sure that if we were asked to testify, we could express to the committee. This amendment is to protect the integrity of governmental functions, ensure compliance and accountable exception process to provide transparency. The amendment ensures that U.S. citizens performing sensitive operations can continue to use authorized identification while performing official duties without fear of violating state law. Explicitly authorizing those performing official duties under state or federal law maintains New Hampshire status as a cooperative partner in national security and high-stakes criminal investigations. By requiring specific authorization by the director, the amendment keeps the high level of accountability and a centralized paper trail for every license that's issued, and preventing abuse. Adding a United States citizen requirement adds an extra layer of vetting, ensuring this sensitive privilege is reserved exclusively for vetted governmental personnel and agents.
Thank you.
Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director, for taking my question. Am I to understand that you, as the Director, would approve each and every one of these unique edge cases?
Yes, so again, this investigative tool, if you will, is very sparingly used, a very, very small number. Only used in situations where, in order to further an investigation and provide for safety to law enforcement, would something like this even be considered. And the mechanism for that to take place, it has to be an official request, it has to come in writing, it has to be from a bona fide law enforcement, in most cases supervisor, and it has to be vetted. And it's managed through the DMV, but it's also a process that is one that it isn't a one and done where something is issued and then somebody has carte blanche with it. It's something where there's follow through and there's re-upping on the credential if necessary. That also has to come in with a request and a process and is reviewed by the DMV. So I guess what I would say to the committee, It's heavily regulated in the way that it's conducted. But there are situations where when you're dealing with large-scale criminal enterprises, for instance, where as a law enforcement officer, you're putting yourself in grave jeopardy. And this is an investigative tool for officer safety purposes and to further high-level criminal investigations. And again, we wanted to make sure, we brought this forward. We wanted to make sure that it was transparent, that we added to the law that's already in existence, and that this body was aware of that, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I think that's plenty of questions. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't have anybody else signed up to speak on, what's that? House Bill 1226, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Next up is 1178. A couple of minutes to reset, please. Okay, I'm going to open up, being 1129, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1178 relative to permissible window tinting on motor vehicles. I don't see any of the sponsors or prime sponsor here. Never a good start for a bill. Anybody care, as a courtesy, to introduce this for Representative Barton?
Good. All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm introducing House Bill 1178. This bill allows aftermarket tinting on the.
Can I stop you, sir? Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Charles Foote. I am doing a courtesy introductory of this bill for the prime sponsors who are not able to make it. This bill allows aftermarket tinting on the front side windows if they allow at least 35% light transmittance and creates a medical exemption for similar tinting. And I will not take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I don't have anybody else signed up to speak.
I'm just trying to help out.
Thanks.
I got the pink card.
Did you want to speak on this? Well, you need a pink card if you want to speak. That's okay. You can. I'll let you do it. All right, to make it official, Chair recognizes Tyler Moore in support of the bill, representing Surface Dynamics. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the New Hampshire Automotive Window Tint Law. I'd like to provide a little bit of information. I would like to urge the legislation to modernize the current 70% visibility light transmit VLT requirement and align it with 35%, which is the standard on a majority of the United States right now. The changes we feel would implement additional public health, driver safety, and would align with the consistency of the rest of the United States without compromising law enforcement safety, which has always been a big concern. And so we feel it's true. Window film these days provides a ton of benefits in regards to blocking 99% of ultraviolet light. This is the light that causes 90 to 95% of cancers, melanoma. Right now, there is no film. There's a very light film that's allowed on the front windows. Unfortunately, people don't take advantage of it. So I own a tint company in New Hampshire as well as in Massachusetts. Massachusetts is 35%. And basically, we want to see people be protected. Not only does it do that, it also reduces glare, which causes driver fatigue and or dangerous situation driving. As well as heat reduction in cars to make them more efficient with air conditioning, especially with electric vehicles these days, whether that's a concern or not. The 70% standard that is currently on the windows that was approved a year or two ago allows for minimal protection. 35% visible light delivers, again, the health and safety improvements that we're looking for without impairing visibility. This is basically what we're looking at, 35% on the windows. Currently, all automotive, not all, but majority of autos that come off the line, the back windows are all tinted between 20 and 25%, meaning 25% visible light is allowed to pass through. We do not want to go that dark. We simply want to bring it up to the standards of what majority of the states have done. And some go darker, but it's really not even that bad. But that's currently what we're asking for.
Thank you. Do you have, because I was around when we actually got the 70% legalized, and at the time I had made up a 4-square sample. I think it was 70, 30, 50, 35, and 18. Do you have any other samples?
I do have other samples, and I don't know if you were given that, but that might have been my brother that provided to the.
No,
no, okay,
no, I went and got them. I even
Okay,
put them on
yeah.
a piece of glass.
Yep, I do. I have multiple samples of each. I did not put them on glass, but I would be happy to hand them out to you guys. I can show you what I have. This is 70, what's current. So it's basically nothing. So you basically don't even know that it's on the window. 35, which is industry standard. And I would ask that you guys hold it up, not put it on something white because it's going to look darker, but this is what majority of states allow. Currently, right now, legalized for factory is 20%. So this is what's normally on the back of your cars, back windows. And then just so you guys can see, or that everyone can see, this is limo tint. So this is 5%, meaning 5% light. So when you think about tint, most people immediately think of this. I would never put this on someone's front windows, ever. All we're asking for is 35, but I can hand these all out to you guys and you can have all these samples.
Yeah, if we could hold on to them for our
Of course,
exec
be happy
session,
to.
that would be fantastic.
One other thing, you had mentioned before that you were asking for written testimony. I did not know I had to write that stuff down, so, okay.
No, no, I think you might have misunderstood.
Okay.
I just need
Thank you.
the pink card from you. That's all I need.
Okay.
Questions from the committee. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my questions and coming in today. At the time we heard this before, there was, one of the reasons that we passed it was we brought the level up to where cars were coming off the line with at the time. But my understanding is there are some car lines that have higher levels of tint than what we currently allow. Is that accurate to say?
My understanding, or what I know as a tinter and working in 2 states, is that the passenger windows, the back seat, let's say, and the back windows can be between 20 and 25%, which is pretty dark. That's factory standard across federally or the nation. We're only talking about the driver's side and the passenger front windows. New Hampshire had it at 0, one of the few states that didn't allow it. It was brought to 70. I was under the impression it was done that kind of as a entryway into it. Unfortunately, not a lot of people take advantage of it and the health benefits of putting film on, because it just doesn't cut the heat as much and the glare as a darker film that's industry standard. So I can't answer your exact question, but
I think I may be able to help. I believe the 70% came from the federal government.
okay, maybe.
So if an automobile is sold here, I believe it's got to be at the 70 for the left and right of the driver.
Quick
Follow up?
follow-up. The other part is, in relation to the benefits of UVA and I think UVB as well.
Correct.
That does not come standard on vehicles, although it does come on the windshield.
The windshield does a great question. Windshields are tempered, so it does block like 80% of UV light. Side windows block up to 44%. And the back windows that are factory tinted, that's just a dye that goes in the glass. That offers nothing. So it's a 40% UV block.
I
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
need that. So I think I heard you say that the windows on either side of the driver are currently some protection for UVA or UVB?
Just through the natural glass itself. That's it. So there's no added protection similar to this type of glass. The
So-
windshield itself is tempered, so that has more because the way they construct it. But the driver's side and passenger side front windows do not.
So you would need film in order to protect against UVA and UVB?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Even the back windows. But it's a majority, they're normally sitting in the front. And that's why they're not addressed. And that's what we're looking for.
Great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions from the committee? Do you believe, my concern about going too dark has always been, as a motorcyclist, I like to be able to see where somebody's looking. Do you think you can still see where somebody's looking with 35%? I don't need to see the whites of their eyes.
Yeah.
I'd like to know that they're looking at me.
So I wish I had it on glass, but you're right, right? I mean, anything you do is going to impede a little bit, right? It's once you put it on a window, it's not that dark. And this, again, across the nation on a majority of states has been deemed more than acceptable for being able to see people's eyes and what people are looking at. So I'm not knowledgeable enough to answer your question. I'm just saying what the national averages are. That's it.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, sir. Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you say that Florida, and I know I'm in Colorado a lot, their tinting is very, very dark, obviously, because of, especially in Colorado where they're, high up.
Yep.
Can you show me what is the degree that, because I can't see a soul in the car at
Yeah.
their tinting rate, yeah.
Colorado, the front windows, I have it as 27. And again, that's VLT, which stands for visible light transmitted. So the amount of light passing through the film itself. So again, they're under. Alabama is under. I mean, there's a majority of states that are actually under. Indiana's 30. But then you have Illinois, Idaho. They're all 35%. I do not have a 30 with me. I brought the majority, kind of the things that we're looking at.
Just to follow up.
Follow up?
What was the darkest one that you had? What was that percentage?
The darkest one I have is what's known as limo tint. This is what you would see on a limo. This is not allowed on any. I'm just showing this as that's how dark it is.
Looks great on a white car, though.
You guys may be able to get away with it. The factory tint on your back windows is 20%, so it's pretty dark again. And some states do allow that. That's not what we're asking. We're asking for lighter.
Thank you.
Representative Blondin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Of course.
Sorry, I was late. I was talking to the other director. What tint would be the most transparent during nighttime? My concern is the most dangerous thing that a police officer can do is approach a vehicle and especially in the nighttime, and the windows are tinted, my fear is 35% is too much. You mentioned 27% Illinois, and I think, I don't know, there's a few states there you mentioned it's 27. Could you draw a comparison between that as far as nighttime translucence? Do you think 35 is too much?
So I can't answer exactly. I'm not a law enforcement. And again, if I was, I would certainly be most interested in my own protection. I do know that Massachusetts and Maine have 35%. There's a lot of cars that pass through the state that have dark tint. Again, national average is around 35%, and that's what's deemed as acceptable. Again, once it's on a window, it's really not that dark. Police officers also use flashlights, and the lights of the cars are often on. I know they take precautions. Also dealing with the rear windows, which are always tinted through the factory. Do I feel it's acceptable? I do. But again, of course, there's other sides of views. I'm just trying to align it nationally, and again, like, I know a lot of people that have had skin cancers, and I'm trying to, avoid that. And
If it helps you, Representative London, I don't see anybody here from the Department of Safety in opposition to the bill at 35%. Anybody else? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last question, I promise. I tinted my windows for the UV and protection.
Sure.
But one of the added benefits that I found was the reflection off the driver's mirror at nighttime with people coming in. It sometimes is blinding with them behind you. Is there a way of tinting just the mirror and not the reflection through the window? What's that? Oh,
I mean, maybe, I don't know, you guys may know more about laws regarding that specifically and blocking that, but I guess you could do that. That doesn't address kind of the light coming through and all that stuff. But I guess the question is, would people end up doing that? Probably not.
okay. Thank you.
I think it would probably take care of the glare because you're actually cutting down on the light hitting the mirror.
Yeah.
And then whatever's left is obviously going to get cut again by the tint escaping the mirror and going back towards your face. So that would probably be like a 5% by the time you're done with it.
You did both.
Yeah, it's going both ways.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend doing both.
Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would you say that the majority of the market of your business is people with a bona fide medical need, or would you say that the majority of your market, say, has to do with closer to Greg Hill's case, electively doing it for UV protection?
So again, I run a tint business in New Hampshire where we both mostly do commercial buildings like this. Tint, I don't really do any automotive just because nobody does it for the 70%. I'll answer your question. In Massachusetts, 35 is allowed. So I do a ton of automotive tint down on the Cape and Islands where I own a company. There, it's people keeping their dogs in their car, want it cool. They want to be able to run the air conditioning without getting too hot, and they want to cut down on glare when they're driving at night. That's majority of why people want the 35%. In New Hampshire, majority of the people I get are asking for 35, and they don't have a waiver, which I can't do legally, so I won't. They then go get a medical exception if they want to do it. So that's the only way to be able to put that type of dark tint on your car. Unfortunately, then it causes confusion because law enforcement doesn't know that you have that medical exemption. And so,
One last question, if I can, because this one always comes up. By the way, for the committee, this is how I met Greg Hill, a window tint. And the question always was, do you know when either the Department of Safety or a municipality purchases a cruiser, what the percentage of tint is on the windows right and left of the operator when they buy that package?
I don't know what they buy it at. I do know, having worked at a high volume tint shop in Massachusetts, that there are a lot of, I want to be careful here, there's a lot of members of police enforcement that get their car tinted extremely dark over what we would legally allow, including their personal cars. I don't know what they come at though, standard. I couldn't.
I didn't know, because it was a standard thing as far as I
Yeah,
know.
I
The
don't-
manufacturers follow
Yeah.
for the police package.
Yeah.
And I use them on the nice red Suburbans too,
Yeah.
because the fire department looks great with blacked out windows next to the gold leaf.
There's no denying it looks good.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1178. Thank you, sir.
Would you like me to hand these samples out to you guys or provide them to someone? Just leave them. Yep, of course.
Well, it didn't look good there for a minute, but we did catch up. See you after lunch. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Being 104, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1294 FN relative to speed regulation on Route 125 in Brentwood. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Litchfield. Welcome to Transportation.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Litchfield, and I represent the towns of Brentwood, Danville, and Fremont. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of reducing the speed limit on Route 125 in Brentwood. This request comes directly from the Brentwood community. Brentwood residents, the Select Board, and the Planning Board have all asked for this legislation because of ongoing safety concerns along the corridor. In February 2024, a formal road study safety audit was completed for the intersection of Route 125 and South Road. This study involved the NHDOT, the Federal Highway Administration, state police, local police and fire, the Rockingham Planning Commission, and Brentwood officials. The findings were clear. The audit documented a serious injury crash and 2 recent fatal crashes in September 2022 and April 23 at this location. It identified 5 major safety concerns, including high traffic speeds, poor intersection visibility, and the lack of safe turning movements. Speed was specifically identified as a safety concern. While the posted speed limit on Route 125 is 55 miles per hour, the study found the typical drivers are traveling 57 to 59 miles per hour through this busy intersection. This is a location with turning traffic, homes, businesses, and the Rockingham County complex. The speed limit along Route 125 in Brentwood is also inconsistent. It rises and drops in several locations, which creates confusion for drivers and makes enforcement more difficult. Our goal is to create a consistent and safer speed through this corridor. The audit estimates that a long-term roundabout solution, literally, they want to put a roundabout on Route 125, and this would cost approximately $2.4 million. That would be in today's dollars. If they push it off several years, it obviously would be exponentially more. That is a major infrastructure project. Reducing the speed limit is a simple and immediate step that can improve safety right now. Lower speeds mean more reaction time, lower speeds mean shorter stopping distances, and lower speeds means crashes are less likely to be fatal. This request is based on data, engineering review, and the recommendations of safety professionals, along with the direct request of the Brentwood community. When we know lives have already been lost and we have the ability to take a simple step that could prevent the next tragedy, choosing not to act is a decision in itself. I respectfully ask the committee to support reducing the speed limit on Route 125 in Brentwood. I would also like to just add that I do have a couple things. One is I have the safety audit that was completed, and I'll be happy to send it to the committee for your review. I also have a letter signed by the chair of the select board, and it represents the entire select board. This is just, it really reiterates what I've said, so I'll just give you a couple sentences. It's just to advise the Brentwood Select Board unanimously voted to recommend the passage of House Bill 1294. There are many businesses as well as residents through this commercial zone, and now that the state has mandated multi-family dwellings within the commercial zone, it is anticipated that the development and resulting traffic will only increase. We do have developers that have already approached the town looking to put in these developments. Due to the numerous accidents and personal injuries, including fatalities on this roadway, there have been numerous efforts, in large part spearheaded by Executive Counselor Janet Stevens, to address the safety hazards on Route 125. While the recent designation of a turn lane at the intersection of South Road and Route 125 has resulted in some improvement, the fact remains that the variation in speed limits, including up to 55 miles per hour along large stretches, contributes to driving speeds that are plainly unreasonable. Unfortunately, this occurs on a regular and frequent basis and will invariably lead to many more accidents. In sum, a 45-minute speed limit along State Highway 125 through Brentwood would be one of the most significant traffic safety improvements for our town, which is why the Brentwood Select Board supports the passage of this bill. Thank you for your attention. I would also like to say that I asked a select board member to reach out to our chief of police just to see how he felt about it. He has not taken a position on it. He has just simply stated that he will enforce whatever speed limit that we have. And then after I speak, we do have someone here from the Brentwood Planning Board that has information as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so I'm familiar with the area, is South Road the road that the municipal complex is on?
North Road is, I'm impressed. North Road is where the municipal complex is on.
Okay. Yeah,
And-
I was just working down there, but
Yes.
I'm just trying to get myself familiar with the area.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the question. North Road we did add a traffic light a few years back on North Road due to incidents.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Blondin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It's my understanding that Route 125 is a one-lane road in each direction?
Correct.
Okay. And are there a lot of curb cuts, accesses onto the road, commercial and otherwise?
Yes.
Okay.
Including a shopping plaza.
Okay, so 55 does seem steep.
And
it
when I
might-
say, I
You have a few more
apologize.
follow-ups?
Yeah, just one more. One
There
more.
are homes on that road as well.
Yeah, that's right. It was two questions. Oh, this is my third. This will be the last one. In my experience, you quoted $2.5 million for a roundabout. I put in the roundabouts in the city of Nashua, and it was substantially less. But no matter what, it's a lot less expensive than a traffic light. So I thank you, and that was it.
Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. You mentioned 2 fatalities. Was speed one of the reasons cited for those fatalities?
Thank you for the question. Yes, speed was cited for the reason, yes.
Okay, follow-up? Thank you again. You mentioned shopping area and intersections. Are those where it's now 45 miles an hour, or is the speed limit there 55 miles an hour?
So I have to tell you that, thank you for the question, first of all. I have actually driven it. This is not a large stretch from Epping to Brentwood, from exit 7 down to the Kingston line. And I'll defer to our planning board member or others. They may know better than I. But actually, I believe that where that shopping plaza is, that might even be as low as 35. It's a large Market Basket movie theater, etc. And then you get into like a Tractor Supply and you get into residences, and the speed limit is 45, 55, 45 in this very small stretch. It's very confusing. And there are several turns where I have to tell you that when you're going to make that turn, I understand logically you should be looking forward. You're not. You're looking behind you because you've got tractor trailers and such that are coming up at a high speed, and a lot of times they don't necessarily see that there's a car stopped right there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. With respect to the traffic study that was performed a couple years ago, was the only result the suggestion that this roundabout be put in, or did they also recommend shifting in the speed limits or unifying the speed limits?
They did recommend changing the speed limit, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just trying.
Further questions from the committee? As soon as she's ready. I guess to go along with Representative Miller's question was, and we'll see it, you're going to give us the report?
Yes.
Was it an all-above approach, or was it pick and choose which one would help the situation? Because it sounds like we're looking at the one that just reduces the speed limits, and that'll be the fix, and probably nothing else will ever happen.
So thank you for the question. In my observations of the report, and I'm far from an expert, all of the above would help in different ways. And if I remember correctly, I believe it was even placed maybe by percentages. If you do this, it might help by this percent. If you do this, it may help by this percent. The turn lane has helped significantly. The reduction of speed would help significantly. It's just the reduction in speed was something that the town felt would be more immediate and cost effective. Thank you.
Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Was interested to see there wasn't really a fiscal note, and if we're talking about changing speed limits, there's going to have to be signs that have to be kind of made and kind of installed. So, do you have any idea how many of these signs would have to be changed and what the cost would be? I'm not sure if this is a question for you or the person at the planning board.
Oh, thank you for the question. I would suggest asking DOT, but there should be more signage up just as an editorial, because when I drove this in developing the legislation, I'm trying to figure out where the speed limit changes, and I didn't exactly see great signage myself.
Other
And
questions?
think of all the revenue too. I'm just saying, if people get stopped for, whatever.
Did anybody, Representative Foot?
I didn't say that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
So on that line, is there any statistics from the local law enforcement what the excessive speed violations are in a period of time in that stretch of road?
I do not have that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? One last one for me.
Yes,
You said that speed was cited as part of the reason for those two bad accidents. Do you know what their speed was? Was it above 55, or any indication on how fast they really were going?
So thank you for the question. I can get back to you on that, and I'm a little disappointed in myself because I pride myself in being prepared, and I wish I had that for you right now. But I can do my best to look into that and get back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you again. Next up, the chair recognizes Doug Marino in support of the bill. Only needing a couple of minutes. Thank you, sir. Representing the Brentwood Planning Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. I'll be pretty brief. Representative Litchfield hit a lot of the points that I was going to hit, so I won't read the planning board's letter word for word, but I'll just go over some points, and then I'll hand the letter over to the clerk, and I did send it ahead of time as well for you all to consider. My name is Doug Marino. I'm very proud to serve as a member of the Brentwood Planning Board and appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today in support of House Bill 1294. The Brentwood Planning Board voted unanimously to endorse this important piece of public safety legislation. As Representative Litchfield noted, the Brentwood Select Board also voted unanimously to support this really very important bill. As it currently stands, the Brentwood section of Route 125 is hazardous to motorists and pedestrians, not just who live in Brentwood, but also friends and neighbors who come to visit our town and pass through. Sadly, we have had fatalities on Route 25. A safety audit has been done. And also the Brentwood Planning Board, in the past, we've conducted a survey of residents to solicit feedback on our town's master plan. And safety on Route 25 is a very consistent theme that has come up when the Planning Board has solicited feedback about changes they'd like to see in the future, concerns around the safety of Route 125. I can just tell you anecdotally, in some of the portions of 125 where it's 55, sometimes people go as fast as even 65 or even 70. So if you've ever driven through there and you're tailgating somebody, I might be the one you're tailgating because I never go that fast. And then as Representative Litchfield noted, and I believe it's noted in the Select Board letter as well, with the passage of House Bill 631, we are expecting increased development to be forthcoming following July 1. So that just increases the importance of this public safety bill. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I respectfully ask that you give the bill a favorable recommendation of all to pass. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Representative Palondon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It was mentioned that a safety audit was done. Has a traffic calming study been done? Usually it's performed by the Regional Planning Board. Has that been done?
Yes, thank you for the question. I'm not sure because the RPC was involved with the original safety audit, but I'm not sure if there was if there was a separate regional, if there was a separate RPC study. But I know the RPC was involved with the DOT audit.
Other questions from Representative Geisen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you know if you or anybody from the planning board has put in the DOT paperwork to have the speed limit addressed through that avenue?
I'm not aware of that, but thank you for the question. I'm not aware. I know I haven't.
Anybody else? Representative St. Clair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Can you tell me the actual mileage from end to end that we're talking about changing the speed limit?
Yeah, I wish I was better at estimating, and I should have had the exact. Do you happen to know the exact mileage? Yeah, it's a relatively short. It's a relatively small stretch of road. Yeah, but between Epping and Kingston, maybe 7 or 8 miles, somewhere in that ballpark. Does that sound right? Yeah, it might even be a little less. It's a relatively short stretch of road.
Thank you.
Representative Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, taking questions. Representative Litchfield mentioned that there might be a stretch along there that was only 35 miles an hour.
I'm not aware of that. I think that I'm not sure if maybe the representative was referring to the area around the Epping line where like the Brickyard is, where that might be lower. I think that's 45, but I could be incorrect about that. That might be a little bit lower because there is a lot of traffic in that area because there's a movie theater there, there's a Market Basket, and so so it could be a bit lower there.
Follow up?
Yeah, follow.
Thank you. Can you yourself or have someone find out the stretch along that entire route to see if in fact that, we're not in fact raising the 35 limit to 45 as opposed to bring just 55 down?
Yeah, we can certainly do that, Representative.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else? I guess just one last point, because I see a lot of these bills. But did you know, or do you realize that when we as a committee look at this, it's nice to know that the select board and Brentwood's in favor and the planning board's in favor, but we actually have to consider what's good for everybody in the state.
Yes, I would
because
believe
it is
that.
a state road. So just want to ask you that. Seeing no other questions from the committee, thank you very much.
And I'm glad I got a good if you would you believe question. I know that's a classic in the
It was
legislature.
my best attempt. Next up, Chair recognizes from the New Hampshire Department of Transportation, Bill Lambert and Lee Peronis. Welcome, sirs.
Yeah, you take it. It's a tight squeeze for some of us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bill Lambert. I am currently the State Highway Safety Active Transportation Administrator. Prior to that, a lot of you would remember I was state traffic engineer for a lot of years, so I've got quite a bit of history with this corridor, and I'll let Lee introduce himself.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Baronis. I'm the Administrator for the Bureau of Traffic and State Traffic Engineer, formerly Assistant State Traffic Engineer under Bill Lambert.
Just a couple things from the previous question, just the questions about the fatal crashes. The 2 fatal crashes that happened at South Road, one was a northbound motorcycle passing a left-turning vehicle that got struck by a southbound left-turning vehicle. So the motorcycle was in the shoulder going around a vehicle and got hit by somebody coming the other way. The other one was a vehicle that was using the shoulder north of the same intersection to pass several vehicles and then cut back into traffic, driving another vehicle into oncoming traffic. So while there could have been speed involved, but both of them were more or less intersection related. The varied speed limit along that corridor, that goes back to a time when the person that was doing the speed limits in that area had a very strict policy that if there was a traffic signal, they would drop the speed limit to no more than 45. So the 245s at Middle Road and at North Road, where the traffic signals are a result of that. Current practice, we wouldn't typically do that because if the light's green, you don't really have to slow down, and people tend not to slow down. And then there were signals not too far from South Road. I've been around for a little while. When I was in the private sector and the courthouse was built, I was involved with that project, and they had the signals up. There's still equipment that's there. And they were on flash for a week, and the district engineer said that they didn't need traffic signals and took all the equipment down. I just wanted to mention, too, that there's been concerns along this corridor for a while. You asked about previous attempts or reaching out to the department to lower the speed limit. I wrote the email in 2021 that said that the engineering and traffic investigation wouldn't support lowering the speed limit. So I've got a little history there too. And keep in mind that the 35 that we were talking about is that very busy section of 125 through Epping. North of there, going to the Lee Circle and Lee, is very similar to this segment. So we try to treat similar roads in a similar manner. And I guess Lee can go.
Yeah, just to clarify, we're talking about 4.5 miles of Route 125 that's within the town limits of Brentwood. Starting from the south, at the intersection of 107 and Kingston, I believe it's 40 or 45 at the signalized intersection. Goes up to 55, crosses into Brentwood, continues at 55 until the approach for the Middle Road signalized intersection, where it drops to 45 miles per hour, as Bill was saying, drops for 0.4 of a mile, then back up to 55 until you get to the North Road intersection. Again, 0.4 of a mile, it drops to 45 miles per hour, and then back to 55. Stays 55 until you cross the town line into Epping, and then it drops to 40 miles per hour near the Brickyard Shopping Plaza as you approach the 101 interchange. So that the extent of the legislation would be, if it's within the town of Brentwood, would be about 4.5 miles, would minus 2 segments of 0.4 of a mile that are already 45. The remainder would go to 45. We're not, DOT is an advocate for safety. We are challenged by getting people to follow the rules, speed limits among many of those traffic rules. This is a chronic problem throughout the country. We see it when we meet with our peers. There's an important distinction, though, is the desire to lower the travel speeds is not necessarily the same as lowering the speed limit. As we see here now, with a speed limit of 55, traffic is moving well in excess of that. The roadway was built on an old railroad bed, straight, smooth, flat. It's wide, 12-foot lanes each way, plus 10-foot shoulders. There's not a lot of roadway that tells a driver you need to slow down. So it'll be an uphill battle to create a traffic speed of 45 to match the speed limit of 45. And so one of the things that we're challenged with is abnormally high or abnormally low speed limits for the characteristics of the road. And here I think we will see that challenge. As it is, traffic's moving quickly. They want to get from point A to point B, except for the few people who are pulling off. And it is a challenge. And that's how South Road got improved as a result of the road safety audit, to put in turning lanes and two-way left turn lanes to address the businesses to the north of that intersection and to address the intersection itself. I agree. If we could lower traffic speeds here and in a lot of other places, we would have a much safer state. But that's the challenge. And the concern with having an abnormally low speed is that you are going to create greater differential in speeds between vehicles. You have the people who are going from point A to point B as quickly as possible. And then if you have a lower speed limit, you will have people who either are concerned about the regulation and drive at no greater than the speed limit, or you have commercial vehicle operators whose vehicle speeds are monitored. So you will have more traffic that's moving at 45, but still a very large percentage that will be moving faster. So we will probably see more incidents of passing rage as people want to go faster. It's a challenge, and short of changing the road characteristics, it relies on education and enforcement to create the lower traffic speeds. I don't have anything else.
Just to be clear, the Department of Transportation doesn't have a position on this bill, so we're here to answer any questions that you folks might have.
Thank you. I do have one simple one. In dealing with the Department of Transportation for many years over these speed limit issues, I do know that there's a science that you use based on the road conditions, road width, all these other factors, shoulder widths, including the clear weather, dry pavement, et cetera, to determine what is the appropriate speed limit. Are the speed limits that are posted now on this stretch of highway done with the same scientific methods that you do for every other road in the state?
Well, we'll start with you folks set speed limits. So RSA's 265/60 is the statutory speed limits. And I've come around over the years. I've gotten a little bit smarter, and I've start with the speed limits that you folks set based on context. So RSA 265/60 says you get the business district, the urban residence district, rural residence district, and then essentially we added, as you folks may remember, the 45 unimproved rural highway couple of years ago, and then you've got all other locations. So the 55 in this case is for the other locations, and the density on 125 in those areas between the intersections does not meet the other statutory values. So we have done speed studies because we can do the engineering and traffic investigation starts with a speed study. We look at the other factors. It goes into a expert system and comes out with a recommended speed limit. And in this particular case, if we put all the data in, it's not gonna recommend something lower than the statutory 55.
Thank you. Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you in the committee again. We've heard this several times before, that it's the design and construction of the road that dictates the speed more than the speed limit. Is there any opportunity to put friction devices, widen the striping to make the lanes feel narrower to slow traffic down, or how busy is this highway? Would that even be practical on that kind of that stretch?
Well, it is a very busy highway. We're just under 12,000 vehicles per day. There are a lot of challenges to address that length of roadway with speed calming devices. There are things that we are exploring. We tried a median buffer in Milford Amherst to provide some separation as well as to narrow those lanes. It prohibits passing, so that's a double-edged sword, I guess. That for particularly slow vehicles, there's no way around them. But for people who want to exceed the speed limit, there's no way around, the vehicles. It is what would be ideal is to work with this as a corridor. As Bill said, north of 101, you have similar characteristics up into Lee, similar speed limits, similar levels of density. So developing some sort of corridor-wide approach would be, my thought.
Thank you.
Representative Plamondon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Actually, I have two. First question, real quick. How many signalized intersections are currently present in this stretch of road? Two?
Two.
Follow up? I remembered.
Follow up.
Regarding traffic calming, and I'm glad to hear that you're looking at that. Earlier testimony addressed the possibility of a roundabout. I'd like to know, and I'm assuming that's instead of a rotary, I'd like to know your feelings on a roundabout on the stretch of road regarding traffic calming.
We can tag team on this. You want to take it? Go ahead.
As somebody that was responsible for traffic signals for a lot of years, I'm a big fan of roundabouts in the right locations. The Lee roundabout on Route 4 essentially took very long backups for a rotary and turned it into the backups are almost gone. But we do get a lot of complaints. The folks in Lee will argue that because of the volume that it processes, that they respond to that circle more than any place else in town. That makes sense since that's by far the highest traffic volume they get. The benefit of roundabouts is that they function effectively throughout the day, where a traffic signal is designed typically for the worst 15 to 30 minutes of the day, and then it's wasted capacity for the rest of the day. A roundabout will slow people down all day long, and it processes traffic throughout the day. The other thing a roundabout does not do is Lee's not sending a traffic signal through to a roundabout when there's a power outage. It functions with or without power. Just as, I mean, the lighting might go out, but they still function. So roundabouts are a lot safer. I mean, 125 is a very busy corridor with a lot of trucks, so those things would have to be accounted for before we put a roundabout, and it would likely be something where you'd have 2 lanes on 125 in each direction, and then you'd have 1 lane on the side roads. But it would be the only roundabout on 125, so it's kind of hard, well, other than 120 than the Lee Circle. So it might be hard to start at a location like South Road, which has got a fairly low volume. I don't know if that answered your question.
It does. So it would have a truck apron.
Absolutely, it would have to.
Any other questions? Representative Pitaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for taking my question. This road safety audit of February 2024, what was the scope of that study?
Try to be
Actually,
real.
we're going to be getting a copy of that. I don't know if that helps you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All set.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, just one general question. The whole problem with people exceeding the speed limit, would you say it's a problem on 125, or is it a problem on every road in the state?
If you've heard my counterpart from the Department of Safety, Lieutenant Storm, he says that speed, distraction, impairment, those are the 3 biggest issues statewide on all roads, so it's not unique to 125.
Thank you very much. That being said, I have nobody else signed up to speak on this bill, so I will close the public hearing on House Bill 1294. Couple of minutes to reset. We'll move into 1680. How's that? Okay, being 1:37, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1680 relative to intercity bus service and public transportation funding. Do I have a pink card for the prime sponsor yet? Have you filled out a pink card yet? I need one of these. Sorry, you can't take it home.
Sorry about that. This is my first time, so.
No problem. Chair recognizes Representative
Okay, my name is
Salvi.
My name is Santosh Salvi. I'm a state representative for Nashua Ward 5. This is a very simple bill, in my opinion. I wrote some brief summary. I will read that first, and then take any questions if you guys have. The issue is being addressed is the insufficient frequency of Boston Express bus service connecting Nashua, Manchester, and Londonderry, New Hampshire with Boston, Massachusetts, particularly during peak commuting hours and late night periods on Fridays and Saturdays. The limitations significantly restrict regional mobility and adversely affects both workforce commuting and leisure travel. Reliable and frequent transportation between southern New Hampshire and the greater Boston area is essential to support economic activity, workforce accessibility, and a regional connectivity. This issue is especially important at this time for several reasons. The first reason is there is a clear and growing community demand for expanded public transportation options. Surveys and the stakeholder feedback have consistently demonstrated strong interest from residents, employers, and the regional organizations in improving transit connectivity between southern New Hampshire and Massachusetts. The lack of sufficient transportation options has created barriers for workers and the employers, with some business reporting challenges in recruiting and retaining employees due to limited transit availability. Second reason, the public transit ridership is experiencing a post-pandemic resurgence. As individuals return to the in-person work, educational programs, and the social activities, the need for dependable and frequent transit services has increased. This trend presents an opportunity to strengthen and modernize regional transportation infrastructure to meet current and the future demands. Thirdly, recent legislative action in Massachusetts has created a timely funding opportunity. The Massachusetts legislation approved $1.39 billion in new investment for public transportation and education. Out of that, $716 million specifically allocated for transportation initiative. This investment provides a potential funding source to support service expansion and improve cross-border transit connectivity, benefiting New Hampshire residents and businesses. Fourth one, improving regional bus services aligns with broader economic development, workforce access, and environment sustainability goals. Enhanced transit options reduce traffic congestion, lower carbon emissions, and promote equitable access to employment, education, and essential services. Accordingly, this bill requires the Department of Transportation to evaluate and implement measures to improve Boston Express bus service frequency and accessibility. The bill further requires the department to prepare and submit a report outlining findings, recommendation, and the plan improvements on or before November 1st, 2026. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I guess I'll just ask one question. I'm not sure, as I read through this, what this bill actually does. I've never seen one say take steps. So I guess what would you like us to do with this bill? Because we don't know what the steps are.
I would like Department of Transportation to take the ridership details and try to come up with the idea whether there is really a need and try to basically find a solution with the Boston Express.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here, of course. Any idea how much the Department of Transportation already funds the buses to Boston Express?
I do not have idea right now. I'm looking for a little bit of more research. That's the reason I asked for the report from the Department of Transportation. Because I called Boston Express, I didn't get much details yet.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have, Representative Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Do you know who owns the Boston Express service?
It's a private company.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have any written testimony you can provide the clerk?
Yeah, I can give.
Okay, if you could do that, that'd be great.
All right.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
With nobody else signed up to speak, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1680. Minute to reset, and we'll move into 1165. Okay, being 11:45, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1165, relative to gender designation on state-issued identifications. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative King. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues, for this hearing today. I'm Representative Seth King. I represent COAS District 4. Not going to take too much of your time today. I realize that this is just a small part of a much bigger issue that we're not going to be able to litigate during a public hearing on this. So I'm just going to keep it as brief as I can. First thing I want to do is just talk about what this bill does. Right now, when a person gets some sort of state identification card, they have the option of male, female, or X to choose from. And what this does is this eliminates that X option. I'm a big fan, generally speaking, when possible, instead of adding new code to the statutes, I like to take away what I consider to be bad code. And so you'll see, if you look through the bill, that this really just removes code, and then it uses the word or, so male or female. But so it's just a very simple bill. The question why I did this is, long story short, I completely oppose transgender ideology. I think it was a big mistake that several years ago, our bodies, the House of Representatives, Senate, and so on, passed this bill and other bills like it. And my goal is to try and reverse that trend little by little. I have another bill that's going before Judiciary. It's a much larger bill that I thought about attaching the two, this bill with that, but I felt that because this is a transportation issue, it should be two different bills. I think the last thing I would just say is that there's probably not going to be too many people on my side who are going to come today and speak on this. I'll probably be the only one. But that doesn't mean it's not a popular issue. I think, as far as I could tell, polling is 70% plus is with me on this in favor of rolling back the transgender ideology bills that we've seen fly across the country. They happened at the end of the 2010s, largely when a certain party was in power, not my own, and it kind of flew under the radar for a lot of people, and they didn't really understand the ramifications of it. And I think the American people have now come to realize the ramifications of radical transgender ideology, and they are opposed to it, and we're doing what we can to roll it back. There's probably going to be some people that speak against this bill, and if I had to make a guess, there's going to be some sob stories. But I just want to say one thing, and that is that transgenderism or X options on your license, this has nothing to do with biology. This is psychology. This is ideology. This is a spiritual issue, but it is not a biological issue. There is no X gender. There are male and female, and I think that it is in our best interests when the state recognizes natural biology, when it recognizes nature, not fashions of the day, not ideology, but actual nature. So for that reason, I would hope that you would support this bill, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Would you be against the removal of all such letters, M, F, X, from our licenses?
I mean, I suppose M and F are short for male and female. So no, I don't see any reason to get rid of M or F. No.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So you would agree then that somebody that you show your license to would have a problem with that, not knowing what sex somebody is?
I'm not sure I follow your question.
Well, if in other words, when I'm dealing with somebody and ask for their ID, maybe to drink, I would need to know if that person is a woman or a man?
I mean, I don't know if bartenders look at one's gender or sex I don't know if they do. I would assume, I don't know, maybe they do. I don't know. It's a good question. But generally speaking, when it comes to identification, there are probably some examples where it is important for the person either looking at the information or maybe we're searching for somebody who's committed a crime or is missing or something, and we look at what identification we have for them on record. And I think that it should reflect one's biology, not some, ethereal idea like X.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Vale.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
What are the biological implications of driving a car? We hear over and over that the driver's license allows you to drive a car. That's the only real rationale for having it. What does the biology of the person have to do with their ability to drive a car, or does it change the penalty if they're pulled over for speeding? Or
I don't think it does. Thank you for the question. I don't think it does, but if you look at the bill, this is more than just driver's license. It's all state identification. And I mean, I guess the question you could be asking is why even have gender at all on there? That's an interesting topic. Maybe we should just get rid of it completely. I would actually be against that, but at least then the state would be recognizing reality, which is to say that if the state just didn't care, that would be at least in the realm of what's real. But when we start adding things that aren't real, like X or other made up genders, then we have a real problem. So for me, a lot of the reason I have this, I'm against it, is because I think it's best when the state is grounded in reality, not in ideology like that. But I still think that there probably it would be. I think there's definitely a case for still being male and female. I guess that goes to your question as well too. But yeah, I think that separating the genders would be important still.
I saw you next. Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would you consider putting an X on your license to be a liberty?
Thank you for your question. And historically speaking, I've definitely considered myself a libertarian, and I like freedom of choice. And I affirm one's ability to live in a way that they choose to deem fit, as long as it doesn't infringe on the rights of others. I think people should be able to dress how they want, get the body modifications they want, and change their name, these sorts of things. But when it comes to the state and its recognition, I still think that, no, you don't get to just choose what gender you want. Just like I don't get to say, well, I'm 6'7" and 170 pounds of pure muscle. I don't get to put that on my identification. Race is still a thing, gender is still a thing, height is a thing, hair color, eye color. These things all matter in identifying people, and I don't see it as a liberty issue to be taking X away as an option.
Quick follow-up.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm trying to figure out where the state interest is, because in my view, there should be a state interest in taking away a liberty. And I don't see a state interest in having what does gender matter on any of these documents. Doesn't matter. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I guess I just don't see it as a liberty being taken away. I see it more of as a I guess you could say privilege that has only recently been enacted. That's going away. It's a very recent, somehow our country managed to have identifications with gender on them for many decades without any issue, and only recently, because of radical transgender ideology, has this even been allowed. And I think that the state will be just fine without it.
Just a simple one for me. Should government-issued identification, whether it's licenses, non-driver's licenses, et cetera, for purely identification reasons only, should it be based on facts or feelings?
I thank you for the question. I definitely think it should be based on facts. Feelings are very fleeting. A person could change their feelings from one day to the next, and the government, the state, society, we should not be so in confusion. We should be based in reality.
Thank you. Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, Seth. I like that there's two of us in the same house. And thank you for taking my question, Representative King, obviously. Facts, not feelings, and not these fleeting things. Yet I mentioned hair and eye color, two things that can frequently change. We were comparing our IDs this morning, and the photos that we have on them. I think you could probably pick us out, but definitely don't look the same as I did 8 years ago when I got my picture taken. And so with those things and the concept of you said there's significant ramifications for having the X on there, that there's real problems that we're solving and infringement on the rights of others. Can you identify what are the ramifications? What are these real problems that exist from having an X marker on the license? What its presence, what rights of someone else that presence of that X marker infringes upon, that the state is inflicting this pain by having this available?
Thank you for the question. There's two questions there. I'll answer the first one first. You're right. Hair color can change. People can dye it. It changes over time, these sorts of things. Eye color, people can wear contacts, it changes. But every cell of your body is either XX or XY chromosomes. This cannot be changed. I don't care how many hormones you take or how many body modifications you do, you will never turn an XX into an XY or an XY into an XX. That does not happen. As far as what harm is it, quite frankly, you're right. As people are going about their day, this doesn't really affect me or most people in a direct sense. Okay. But it is part of a much larger issue that is at hand. And like I said, this bill could very well have been attached to another bill that I have coming before the House, another committee. I won't go into that here, but I think that if we want to fix the problems that have been created over the last just 7 or 8 years with radical transgender ideology, this is one of the things that need to be changed. Because quite frankly, when you have an identification like this, it does afford people certain privileges that they may go away when this gets changed.
Representative Vayu. But before you do that, though, Representative Miller, you mentioned your picture's 8 years old. Are you driving around with a 3-year expired driver's license? Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine is equally as old, but I had brown hair. I guess that changed. Are you aware that people can have mixes of XY beyond the XX or XY? That can be extra X chromosomes, extra Y chromosomes. People who have XY can present as female. Do we have to have a DNA test to verify that?
It's a good question. Thank you. I think what you're really alluding to is XXYs. No, that's not what you're referring to?
No, there's a broad mix of genetic anomalies that can occur. XY. There are people who, this shouldn't be a commentary, but there are people who have XY chromosomes, but because they lack the receptor for testosterone, they present as female because that is the default sex.
Well, again, still, it is possible that people can do body modifications intentionally or not a body modification. They were just born that way. Maybe they were born with missing genitalia or things do happen like that. But at the end of the day, people are still one or the other. And also, just to get into it a little bit deeper, the overwhelming majority of people that we're seeing take advantage of this X option and the whole transgender ideology, they're perfectly normal XXs or XYs, and they really they're using this as an excuse for something that they're just not. They're just not.
All right. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Next up, Chair recognizes, looks like Michael Haley. I'm not sure who you're representing other than law. You can let us know when you come up. In opposition to the bill, looking for 3 minutes, which is welcome news.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Michael Haley. I'm from Derry, New Hampshire, and I'm also a staff attorney at Glad Law. And we oppose this bill. I won't be duplicative of the written testimony that is making its way around, but I just have 3 quick points to make. The first is that this was a statute that was passed in 2019 with bipartisan support under a Republican governor. There's been no documented problems with it. As the sponsor just explained, it was voted out of committee with a 15-3 majority. So there's really no reason to revisit this policy where it's been in place now for 6 years without any real problems to speak of. The second point is that accurate identification is important for everybody, including people who are not exclusively male or exclusively female. That includes people who are non-binary, who will experience what's known as gender dysphoria if they are not able to live their lives the way that they feel themselves to be. And part of being able to address that gender dysphoria, which is a serious psychological condition, is to be able to transition socially. Having documentation that reflects who you are can be extremely beneficial to people in that situation, and to take it away from people, especially those who already have it, is just unnecessary when there's not been any problems associated with it. The other is to follow on to the point recently made by Representative View, which is that about 1% of the population does have some type of intersex condition. There are about 3 dozen of them that can result in people not being exclusively biologically male or biologically female, for any number of reasons, whether it's genetics, different chromosomes, different hormone sensitivities. And these people, sometimes they may receive some kind of medical treatment and ultimately identify as exclusively male or female, but many do not. And taking away this option from their identification just results in them not having accurate identification. And then another point is that there is a recognized right to expression in New Hampshire, even as it pertains to government identification. So in terms of recently, we had a lawsuit about 10 years ago about the right of people to be expressive on license plates, which are a state-issued identification document, essentially. And other courts in other states have recognized a right to expression in terms of people's gender. So although there has not been any court case that deals specifically with this issue because of how New Hampshire has addressed the freedom of expression in this context, there's a strong argument that people have a right to designate their gender based on their right to freedom of expression. And then the very final point that I'll make, I just picked up the printed out one here because I didn't see in the online version whether there had been a fiscal note, and it doesn't appear there is here. But I did note that when this went into effect, there was an implementation cost of about $25,000, and insurance companies came to the committee to explain that it was going to take them a lot of time and money to update their systems. And so it's not costless to go back. I would encourage the committee to consider whether it's worth spending additional state funds to fix a problem that doesn't exist, especially when you don't know what those costs are. I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a quick question for you. What are your quick thoughts on just getting rid of gender on these IDs? Because honestly, I'm just trying to grasp at why we even have it on there.
Thanks for the question. I would agree. I don't really know if there's a basis for that. I would encourage the committee to get other community input on that. But there is no gender basis for driving a car or for, you show your ID to have someone verify that you are who you say you are. And in that sense, maybe it's good to have a gender identity, a gender marker on it, but then it should be the gender that you appear as. It would be confusing for people to present IDs that don't match who they are, because then you're going to get mismatches of who's who. So I don't personally have a problem to return to your question over the problem getting rid of sex markers on identification at all.
Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Do we know how many people have taken advantage of the X indicator?
Thank you for the question. I think that would be a great question for the Department of Safety, but I don't know.
Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Chairman Walsh. And thank you, Attorney Haley, for taking my question. Under the backdrop of what we're talking about here, can you discuss any implications or ramifications from the federal government's executive orders as it pertains to this kind of decoupling as it pertains to the public sector? Does it fall to us in any way? Any comment?
Oh, thank you for the question. At bottom, executive orders do not create law. They instruct federal agencies to take particular actions. They don't have any ability to bind states or tell them to do any particular thing. So I would say they have no impact on what this body decides to do about gender markers on New Hampshire driver's licenses.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Chair recognizes Ty Thompson, representing myself. Opposed to the bill, looking for 3 minutes. Welcome.
There we go. All right. Thank you for spending the time to listen to me. My name is Ty Thompson. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a resident of Nottingham, New Hampshire. I'm here today to urge you to vote ITL on HB 1165. I'm currently one of those people who has an X gender marker on my driver's license. This is my accurate gender identity. And right now, all of my legal documents are congruent. My birth certificate, my federal identification, and my state license all match. As just previously discussed, in 2019, this legislature passed HB 669 with a bipartisan support through voice votes in both the House and Senate, and was signed into law by Republican Governor Chris Sununu, recognizing that everyone deserves identification that is both affirming and accurate. This law is a statement that the will of the people and the dignity of individual Granite Staters could be respected regardless of party lines or identity. This legislation seeks to undo this settled bipartisan progress. Since this law has been signed, since this marker has been available, there have been no reported issues for law enforcement in New Hampshire. My state-issued ID is a form of government-mandated self-identification. Everybody who seeks to receive a New Hampshire license self-attests to their gender identity. This is no different for me. Passing this bill would force me to carry a card that misidentifies me in the form of compelled speech. It would force me to present a false identity, and is a direct violation of my informational privacy, a value that is central to the spirit of live free or die. In the spirit of live free or die, I am deeply concerned by the context of this bill as the opening salvo for no less than 10 bills this week that target transgender people and other members of the LGBTQIA community in ways that we are visible, in ways in which we are able to access the everyday people, places, and things that support health and well-being. I would be here every day to have these conversations with you all, but I am busy living my life. Work, friends, family, pets, the way we all do. I am weary of these conversations and wary of their prevalence on the national stage being repeated here in New Hampshire at the local level. Radical transgender ideology being a phrase that is coined on a national stage that we are hearing here in this room today, that I find deeply disturbing. History shows us that authoritarian states target minorities and consolidate power by creating a common enemy, diverting public frustration and strengthening an in-group solidarity and identity. Framing other as an existential threat is ultimately a strategy that lends itself to greater control of the majority through a framework of fear. I see this every day when I read the comments about proposed legislation, this legislation and legislation like it, where people are putting into words imagined violent responses to imaginary threats that don't exist. This is the danger of this type of legislation and all of the legislation that we are here year after year repeating and having these same types of testimony. I am deeply fearful of these trends I am seeing nationally, and I do not care to see them here in the Granite State. This bill follows this dangerous pattern by using the law to other a segment of the Granite State population that is simply trying to live peacefully. I am one of the many people across over 20 states and the entire New England region who use this marker. The current system works for me. I see no problem with it in the state. There's nothing that's been testified here today that says it bears direct impact on even the person who is proposing the legislation. I respectfully ask that you respect my right to privacy, my dignity, and to hold true to the live free or die motto and the fierce independence of our state by recommending ITL on this legislation. I think this is helpful for me and the general population who would do well to have less fear in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. Next up, Chair recognizes, looks like Robert Lawless, and opposed to the bill, looking for a couple of minutes, which would be appreciated, sir. We are running behind.
I'll try to keep this even shorter.
Thank you.
Today, took a look at what was going on here, and I looked for what was the stupidest legislation possible, and here it is, right here. This bill does nothing that I can see. It does nothing of any value. The lawyer that spoke previously did ask about cost. Nobody else had asked about the cost. So what are we buying for our $25,000 plus some other undisclosed amount to change things that are working just fine the way they are? I don't know. It seems that the only purpose of this is to embarrass and make life harder for the people that this bill will impact. I don't see any other purpose to it, none whatsoever. The person who put this forward, yes, lots of radical transgender ideology, and it's not about feelings. It certainly seems like that's all it's about. Person's feelings that decided this bill needed to come to pass to make someone's life more difficult. Let's just worry about the cost. It is going to cost something. It's going to do nothing. That's really all I have to say. I wish we had the option of asking questions, but we don't, because I have some more questions. I'm sure a lot of people do too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I have nobody else signed up to speak on House Bill 1165, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Give us a couple minutes to reset. Actually, being 10 past 2, about 20 past 2, we'll go into 1362.
Oh, thank you.
It's fine to decide to speak up.
Thank you for coming in today.
Yeah, thank you.
Every time I raise my hand, Charlie asks my question.
Thank you.
Over here, Charlie. Over here.
Very nervous.
Every time I raise my hand, you ask my question.
Trying to save time.
Oh, so I'm tardy?
Okay, via 226, I'd like to open up the public hearing of HB 1362, adding steering and suspension specifications relative to requirements for the equipment of motor vehicles. The chair would like to introduce the sponsor, Representative Walsh. Welcome to Transportation, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Tom Walsh. I'm a representative from the towns of Hooksett and Dunbarton, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 1362, which, as you can see, is adding steering and suspension specifications relative to the requirements for equipment of motor vehicles. I put this bill in after the repeal of the inspection laws last year, and after going through RSA 266, which we were leaving all the reasons for failure in the statutes, I noticed there was nothing specific to steering and suspension. So I just had this taken from rules to put at least something in the statute that covers these components. The other reason I put it in is also as a placeholder in case we need something as this whole thing rolls out. I'm expecting we'll probably exec this at the very end. We can either just insert this into 266 to have something in there, or if we need it for other things, it is available to us. I have talked with Mr. O'Leary a few minutes ago, and I guess he possibly will be coming up with an amendment that might narrow down, I guess, maybe the brake systems as well, just to have these things in statute, regardless of what happens with the inspection program. So that's all it does. Very simple. And again, I had only asked OLS to give me the at least requirements that steering and suspension need to be at least kept up to the manufacturer specifications. I would suspect they get some of these dimensions based on wheel sizes from the rules that we currently operate under or did operate under. So that's all it does.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, when would we expect that this would be checked, validated, enforced, anything like that? I mean, we talk a little bit about, at a traffic stop, an officer might walk up and be like, oh, your light is out, or what, some of these requirements, but I can't imagine they're going to crawl under with a pair of calipers to do it then. So when does, I understand putting it in because it was in rules and we want to know what makes sense and what makes them safe, but if we're not checking it anyways, why fix that?
Well, arguably, it's not easy to check on the side of the road unless you can see that the wheels are certainly heading in the wrong direction. Those are pretty obvious ones. But like anything else, for liability, for investigations for crashes, assigning that liability, you need something in statute that says that you're expected to have these components in a safe condition. Just like everything else, even though the inspection program looks like it's gone, the responsibility of everybody that's a driver is to keep their vehicle safe and in a safe condition.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir. Good off light.
Thank you.
Chair, now I'd like to recognize Jay O'Leary from the New Hampshire Automobile Dealers Association, who supports the bill, looking for 2 to 3 minutes. Welcome, sir, to Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jay O'Leary. I'm with the NH Auto Dealers Association. We're a trade association that represents over 500 motor vehicle businesses in the state of New Hampshire. Just like Representative Walsh had said, with the repeal of the inspection program, many of the specifications for mechanical components on vehicles, which were in the administrative rules, have gone by the wayside, and we're left with what's in RSA 266, which outlines the equipment of vehicles. And like he had mentioned, the reason for this bill was to bring forth the stuff regarding steering and suspension, which is major components. We're talking tie rod ends, wheel bearings, like very serious things that need to be at least up to snuff. And the importance of having it in the law, Representative Miller, if you don't mind me answering your question, is that now with the change in RSA 358F, the Consumer Protection Law. Initially, before the repeal, when we sold a used car, the dealer would do a state inspection on the vehicle if the consumer requested one to determine whether or not it was safe for the roadway. And what they used to determine that was the inspection rules. And now with that gone, the new law says that the vehicle must meet the requirements in RSA 266. So when they conduct that examination of the vehicle, with this law not being in place, there would be no inspection relative to the steering or suspension components, which are very, like I said, very serious components to be reviewing. So we do know that HB 649 exists, which will hopefully outline some of those requirements. But we do think that this is a gap that is currently in the law, and we would ask that maybe this committee consider either furthering closing that gap by adding 2 other requirements, which would be for brakes and tires. And right now, the law for brakes and tires is pretty vague. It just talks about you must be able to stop your vehicle within 30 feet at 20 miles an hour. And the tire section does break out some things about fabric brakes and things like that. But what it doesn't talk about is the minimal thickness. The law tells you how to measure the tire and tells you the unit of measurement that is to be referenced, but it doesn't tell you exactly what the measurement needs to be. And the reason I think that's important is I think it's important for the consumer to know, as the DOJ recently said, you are still required as a driver to make sure your vehicle is safe. Then why not tell the drivers what that safety requirement is by adding just to 30 seconds minimum thickness on the tire, to 30-second minimum thickness on the brakes? That at least gives them an idea of what the expectation is. And then again, the steering and suspension component would obviously close that gap as well. So we support this. We ask that you consider maybe adding those couple other items depending on how HB 649 shakes out. And that's about it. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. I do not have anybody else who wants to testify, so I'm going to close the public hearing of HB 1362. Next bill is HB 1200, just in a few minutes. Okay, it being 2:33, I'd like to open up the public hearing on HB 1200 relative to the exemptions from vessel registration and boat fee decal. Chair, I'd like to recognize Representative Mr. Walsh. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Tom Walsh. I'm a representative from the towns of Hooksett and Dunbarton. And as a courtesy, after having a conversation with the prime sponsor, Representative Orris, I'm here to introduce House Bill 1200. It's actually a pretty simple bill. Vessels registered in any state or country temporarily using the waters of the state for not more than 30 days as currently would be exempt from registering in New Hampshire. This bill seeks to change it to 10. Again, I had a conversation with him. He doesn't think he wants to move forward with this bill at this time, so he's fine with an inexpedient to legislate. He'd like to keep pursuing the concept behind it. He didn't tell me what that concept was. He just said, I'm not going anywhere else with it this year. So that's what we're looking at. But I do know we have Transportation's favorite speaker, Mr. Dunleavy here. I would certainly love to still hear his opinion on this change, but that's up to him. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. Mr. Dunleavy, would you like to make a few comments? Okay, Chair, I'd like to recognize Tim Dunleavy from the State Police Marine Patrol. Welcome, sir, to Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Transportation Committee. My name's Tim Dunleavy, and I come before you today representing the Department of Safety, Division of State Police Marine Patrol Unit. As Representative Walsh said, There has been conversations with the prime sponsor, Representative Orris, and in this case, we've identified that as submitted, this bill was submitted, we have a serious federal preemption issue with the time frame that is stated in the bill. Federal preemption would be an issue for us for anything less than 60 days. And so I had a direct conversation with him. The main focus of this bill for him was based on a constituent issue that, quite frankly, we already can enforce in law and have offered to help him with that next summer. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. Knowing it's not going forward, I just have, and based on what you just said, two quick questions. One is, how is this enforced anyways, given, you know, if someone like drives a boat up with a trailer, puts it in the water, does whatever they want and leaves, is there a way that Marine Patrol is actually tracking how long they're around? And then the second question is, if it's 60 days for federal preemption, is the 30 that we have already broken?
Excellent questions. Thank you, Representative. First off, you are exactly right to, as the current language says, to be on New Hampshire waters for 30 consecutive days would require us to track that boat 24 hours a day, never put on a trailer and taken out of the water. It's very difficult to enforce. The 60 days federal statute and where a boat is required to be registered conflicts with our current statute, which at some point is probably a target for repeal. That being said, I recognize that there are many attempts these days to find ways to generate funding. And the key word in these bills and in the current statute is that the boat would be registered in New Hampshire. Federal law requires a boat to be registered in its state of principal use in a calendar year. So if there's 6 months and a day in New Hampshire and 5 months and 30 days in Florida, then it needs to display a New Hampshire registration. If the state wants to generate revenue, then the term needs to pay, it would be to be subject to paying the fees identified in statute rather than being re-registered in New Hampshire. So that's some of the conversation I had with Representative Orris, and so perhaps he'll pursue something next year. I don't know, but very good points, and I hope I answered your questions, Representative.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Dunleavy. Is that true also of all the New England states that that they follow the federal ruling, or do they have different different time stamps as well?
Thank you for your question, Representative Hill. Again, it depends on what the language in those states' laws say. If it's saying that they must register in that state, and it's less than 60 days, and that state is not the state of principal use for that vessel, then they face a federal preemption problem. However, the state of Maine, for example, for out-of-state boats, requires a $20 payment of fees, and they get a separate decal. That boat from Massachusetts that is in that situation in Maine doesn't change its Massachusetts registration number. It still stays with that boat if Massachusetts is its state of principal use. Is that okay?
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. I do not have anybody else who wants to speak to this bill. So at this point, I will close the public hearing on HP 1200. So I guess let's just hang tight to see what the chairman wants to do. I think we're going to be wrapping things up, but hold tight.
Just my things up.
we finished right on time. That's amazing. Everybody say it, that's amazing.
Amazing, sir.
It's amazing. My thanks to the chair for scheduling it.
Okay, so it's our decision now. This is where we stand. We have 2 bills left to hear. That's it. What's the availability of everybody for next Tuesday? I know it's vacation week. Is that an issue with anybody? Well, if Charlie can't make it, we're done. Okay, so.
Dan can't be here.
You can't either? Well, here's the deal. We've got two more Tuesdays. Next week and the following week. Because our deadline is the 5th of February, I believe, 5th or 6th. March, I mean. So if we were to meet next week with 2 hearings, we could possibly exec them all and not have to come back on March 3rd. Or we could have an easy day next Tuesday and have another easy day on the 3rd. Or we could take off next Tuesday and have a tough one on the 3rd. I'm leaning towards coming in next week and just getting as much done as possible, possibly all of them, entering the week off the following week. But then again, if we run into troubles, I don't think we're gonna run into troubles with most of these. We would still have the 3rd or that last Tuesday before the deadline.
Can I
Straw
add-
poll, what's your thoughts,
Well,
folks?
before you vote, can I add one
Well,
more
we're not
question?
voting, but yeah, go ahead.
So the other part is, if we put in enough transportation bills, or if we put in our transportation bills, it may lessen the need for a 2-day session week, the last week.
If we meet next Tuesday.
Yeah, if we meet next Tuesday, we'll be at least, and that's what I'm trying to do in my committee as well, is try to get as many in earlier rather than we don't have till 10 o'clock, 2 days in a row on that last week. So I'm trying to get as many in as I can earlier. Just one little additional comment.
Any other thoughts?
It could be hard to get subs with so many people being gone next week.
I'm not too concerned about that. We'll put it this way, it is what it is. What's the consensus of the majority of us here? Charlie can't make it, you can't make it,
I can't make it.
you can't either.
Mr. Chair.
You can't either? This leaves us 2 hearings and an executive session on 12 bills on the 3rd. With no room for amendments, if we thought we needed any, unless they came in beforehand. There's another option. We could hang around here for another couple hours and exec a lot of the ones we heard today.
I can't.
Clerk can't.
I could exec a couple, but I have to be in Moultonborough at 5 o'clock.
Mr. Chair, my vote is I like the plan of meeting next Tuesday and the next Tuesday, giving us as much latitude as possible.
I can meet next Tuesday. I can do that.
Are you, I know the previous ranking member hated executing bills on the same day as a hearing. Would you entertain going through the list for a few minutes and maybe knocking a few off today? Let's do that. Let's take a break for a few minutes and try to chip away at some of these today, just to reduce the number as much as we can.
Why do we need to take a break? We just took a break, didn't we? I don't know. Or do
Would you
need
like to
talk?
talk, would you like to caucus and talk about these things? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is not a break for stretching your legs. We'll caucus or, actually, hold on a second. Okay. I'll start out by saying we are going to go into an executive session on some of the bills we heard today. The disclaimer has been in the calendar. Executive session on pending legislation may be held through the day, time permitting, from the time the committee is initially convened. That being said, I'll open up the executive session on House Bill 1209 relative to child safety at school bus stops. Chair recognizes Representative Hamlin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we vote ITL on this bill, HB 1209.
Okay, inexpedient to legislate has been moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Guyson. Care to speak to your motion, sir?
Yes, thank you, sir. Amongst other things, this is a very laudable bill. The reasons, child safety is very important, but the way this bill is written becomes very problematic for the different bus companies and school districts to be able to pick up and drop off children in a timely manner and in a safe manner. In addition to increasing costs for all the school districts, I believe we had a bill recently where we're talking about being able to get enough bus drivers, of which a bill like this could, cause more problems on that reason. And for those reasons, I think we should vote ITL.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the committee? No, seeing none. Very point well taken. Motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gorski.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Foot.
Yes.
Representative Patero.
Yes.
Representative Coker.
Yes.
Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
Representative Miller.
Yes.
Representative Sinclair.
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Plamondon.
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
I believe that's,
15.
is it 15?
Yeah.
15 to 0.
14?
No, we have, George isn't here.
I move consent.
We did 15 or 14?
Should be 15.
15.
Or one short.
It's 15 to 0.
15. Yep. Okay, so our recommendation of inexpedient to legislate is adopted 15 to 0. The magical words. Representative Guyson moves consent. Any objection? Seeing none, consent it is. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1209. We will go into 1222 next. Okay, I'll open up the executive session on House Bill 1222 relative to prohibiting all obstructions to public crosswalks. I don't have anybody recognized. Is there a motion? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL on HB 1222.
Inexpedient to legislate is moved. Is there a second? Representative Hamlin, care to speak to your motion, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, I think that in addition to the prime sponsor not showing up to explain what they're doing and why, the bulk of what the goals were here is well covered in existing law, and it's unnecessary to add more. Thank you.
I agree. It's nice to know the motivation, but we can't learn the motivation if nobody's here to introduce the bill. Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, our motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1222. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gorski.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill.
Yep.
Representative Foot.
Yes.
Representative Patero.
Yes.
Representative Coker.
Yes.
Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
Representative Miller.
Yes.
Representative Sinclair.
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Plamondon.
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
15 to 0.
Our recommendation is adopted 15 to 0 on House Bill
Consent.
1222. I heard Representative Miller move consent. Any objections? Seeing none, I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1222. 1226 next. I'll open up the executive session on House Bill 1226 relative to restricting the issuance of identification documents by unauthorized individuals. Chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion is OTP for 1226.
Ought to pass has been moved. Is there a second? I see Representative Pitaro. Care to speak to your motion, sir? Actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. This bill is open for further amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a further motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pass OTP for the amendment, which is 0759H.
Representative Gorski moves Amendment 0759H. Is there a second? Representative Pitaro seconds. Care to speak to your motion on the amendment, sir?
Yes, the amendment is basically a just kind of a cleanup issue for this particular bill, so I think it's really necessary for it.
Anybody else from the committee on the amendment? Seeing none, raise of hands. All those in favor of adopting Amendment 0759H? That would be unanimous. Thank you. The motion now on the floor is ought to pass as amended. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Once again, the motion's ought to pass as amended.
Vice Chairman Gorski?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Foote?
Yes.
Representative Pitaro?
Yes.
Representative Coker?
Yes.
Representative Giason?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Bayou?
Yes.
Representative Miller?
Yes.
Representative Sinclair?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Johnson?
Yes.
Representative Plumondon?
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
15-0.
Our recommendation is adopted 15-0 on House Bill 1226. I'll close the, I heard Representative Guyson move consent. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, I'll close the executive session. We're not going to take up 1178, only because I'm a super nice guy, and it was a last-minute decision, so we can hold off on that one. We'll move into 1294. Well, you disagree?
No, they're yelling at me back and forth. I'm just sending, deflecting. If I shake my head,
Change again?
Yeah.
Point of order. I did this as a favor to my friend, not out of my own desire, for the record.
Yeah, that is not a correct point of order, sir. All right, I'll open up the executive session on House Bill 1294 FN relative to speed regulation on Route 125 in Brentwood. Chair recognizes Representative Coker for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to move ITL on 1294.
Inexpedient to legislate has been moved. Is there a second? Representative Plondon seconds. Care to speak to your motion, sir?
While good intentioned, like the DOT testified, the speed that drivers drive on most of these roads is basically kind of their perceived how fast they can drive on these roads. So bringing the speed limit down might actually make it more dangerous because you'll have slower cars who obey the lower 45-mile speed limit versus people who are just driving as they naturally feel they can drive, and you might have more conflicts with slower cars and faster cars. So that's it.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Plondon?
Yes, I agree with Representative Coker, and would like to add to the record that traffic calming and studies along those lines would be more beneficial than confusing the process of speed.
The other thing I took away from it was that when asked on the scientific approach, in spite of the fact that these are statutory speed limits, with the scientific approach, the Department of Transportation wouldn't have recommended any changes to what's already currently there. Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1294.
Vice Chairman Gorski?
Yes.
Chairman, clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Foot,
Yes.
Representative Pataro,
Yes.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Giason,
Yes.
Representative Hamlin,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
Representative Miller,
Yes.
Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Plumonden
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
15-0.
Our recommendation of ITL is adopted 15-0. Do I hear a motion? Was that Representative Coker? Representative Coker moves consent. Any objection? Seeing none, I'll close the executive session on 1294. 1680 next. I'll open up the executive session on House Bill 1680 FN relative to intercity bus service and public transportation funding. Chair recognizes Representative Giason for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move inexpedient to legislate.
Inexpedient to legislate has been moved. Is there a second? I saw Representative Hamblin. Care to speak to your motion, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Public transportation is a very important thing, but these are subcontracts with private companies. I believe that if that service was needed, the private companies would expand their market share. And I also know that this is being a non-budget year, we don't have an extra $1.25 million laying around to supplement these private companies.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly to echo my colleagues' comments about the value of the public transit, as a frequent user of the other bus line down to Boston, C&J line over on the seacoast, an occasional user of the Boston Express one here from the center of the state. I am a big fan of them. I will note that we have seen increased service in the seacoast area, especially in the past year, so it is possible for it to increase. I would love to see these services increase, and if the sponsor is correct that Massachusetts has extra money available and we can get Massachusetts to pay for it, I think that'd be great. But I don't think that this bill was the way that we were going to be able to make that happen. So I'll try again next time. Thank you.
Representative St. Clair.
I wasn't going to comment, but since there's so many, I asked the question of how much money goes to the bus companies now in our state, and didn't get not an answer on that. I too agree in public transportation. I know of no public transportation systems that pay for themselves anywhere in this country, never mind the world. And if we're going to start doing this sort of thing, I think we should also be looking very hard at rail service in the areas where it's the tracks are already there and can be upgraded quickly. Looking at the success of the Down East, which the state does not support at all, yet we have 3 stops in the state of New Hampshire which are used very heavily by people in those regions and out. Thank you.
Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, when I read this bill and heard the testimony, we're trying to legislate a conversation here. If we're going to increase these bus schedules, what are we doing? That's why I have to vote ITL.
Well, no, he's actually right. I mean, regardless of how you feel on the topic of funding more bus services, the bill doesn't do it. I mean, to take steps, that's what the bill says over and over. Take steps. Well, usually a bill outlines those steps. So without having a direct goal other than a report, I don't see the need for this bill and this structure. Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gorski.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Foot.
Yes.
Representative Pataro.
Yes.
Representative Coker.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
Representative Miller.
Yes.
Representative Sinclair.
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Plumonden
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
15-0.
Our recommendation is adopted 15-0. Did I hear consent? Representative Giason moves consent. Any objection? Seeing none, I'll close the executive session on House Bill. Where am I? 1680.
1680.
After our conversation, we have time for one more. We'll go into 1200.
Go ahead.
I'll open up the executive session on House Bill 1200 FN relative to the exemption from vessel registration and boat fee decal. Chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion is ITL on HB 1200.
Inexpedient to legislate has been moved. Do I have a second? Representative Guyson seconds. Care to speak to your motion, sir?
I do. Basically, from the testimony, this bill is not ready for prime time. There's still some issues that have to be worked out, and based on all that, that's why I recommend ITL.
Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. Our motion is inexpedient to legislate.
Vice Chairman Gorski.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Foot.
Yes.
Representative Patero.
Yes.
Representative Coker.
Yes.
Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
Representative Miller.
Yes.
Representative Sinclair.
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Plumonden.
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
15-0.
Our recommendation of inexpedient to legislate is adopted 15-0. Representative St. Clair moves consent. Any objection? Seeing none, consent it is. I'll close the exec session on House Bill 1200. Now, that's called rapid fire exec sessions. You sure you don't want to keep going?
That was awesome. I could do that all day. Good.
We're back to where we started. That'll leave us with 2 hearings and 8 executive sessions, or 8 bills to exec. Well, we just did, we have 6 left over from today. 4. Oh, that's right, we had 10 today. Well, I keep forgetting the 10 and 12. We have 4 from today, plus 2 more to hear. So we'll have 6 to exec.
So we could finish up next week or not?
So the question is, because it matters not to me, do you want a week off next week, or do we want a week off the week after? Very good. I will not put anything in the calendar for next week. Just keep in mind, look at all the bills that we've got. If there's any amendments that you think need to occur, get them done beforehand, because we're not going to have probably that much time during the day to get them done. Not next Tuesday, but the following. What's that? Oh, yeah. Well, that's a good point too, but it is what it is. We'll probably have a double session day that week too. So with that Tuesday,
That's 3 days?
I'm not sure about that. Is that what you heard? Well, there's a chance we're gonna have a double session day plus a Tuesday in committee, so, but if you want next week off, I don't care. That's what we'll do. Anybody else for the good of the cause? All right, I still do need reports as soon as you can get them to me, so I can get them processed as soon as possible. I want to thank everybody again. We're down. We're down to 8 bills, so fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.